Hello. I'd be surprised if it was here already. That'd be pretty surprising. It's kind of early for me. Somebody was just like, "Oh man, I'm already here." I just happened to be clicking around, and then you went live. Like, whoa. No way, dude. No way, dude. Hi, if that's you. You were just like, "Oh yeah, I was already here." Just kicking it anyways. Pakistan, please. I actually am. I was watching the replay. Oh, nice. I switched to the live immediately. That's awesome. Good to see you, lad. What's up, lad? Didn't know your schedule was. Just had the page ready while at work. Keller, that's awesome. Glad you're here. Pakistan. Yeah, the dude, they qualified for the knockouts, actually. So Pakistan is sailing right now. They are, they're unplayable. Pakistan... unplayable. Simply unplayable. They're having the tournament of their life. They're completely unstoppable, chat. Completely unstoppable. This is the true World Cup. I'm going to settle this. How do you pronounce Anguilla? Dude, really? I've got to settle this. I have a couple things I need to do. I've got to settle how you pronounce Anguilla. Because if it is really Anguilla, I'm done. I'm moving. I don't know where. Maybe Narnia. I'm getting out. I'm way out. I'm so gone. It shouldn't be Anguilla. We're talking based off my logic here. Shouldn't be Anguilla. No shot. I gotta get the chat up. How to pronounce... Oh goodness, my computer's like freaking out. So I just tried to do all this while I was loading Football Manager open. How to pronounce... Anguilla. I mean, it's got two L's. Anguilla. I hate it here. I hate it. I hate it. Why? Why? It's very rare that I look at a pronunciation and I'm like, you're wrong. Why? Why? Why would they do that to me? US pronunciation is different. That is the American pronunciation. Anguilla. That why? Oh, that's so painful. It's apparently Anguilla. GWI is how they do the middle of it. Anguilla. Oh, that is... Oh, it's atrocious. It's so painful. That's how the locals say it too. How do I tell them that they're wrong? Can I go to the country and just be like, I'm so sorry. I have really terrible news. You're saying your own country. I've actually done that... Not to a country. I've done that to a person before. I've done that to two people. I've had the unfortunate distinction of telling people they were pronouncing their own name wrong. Now, granted, both times, they admitted they had no idea how to say their name. But I've been in this position before. I have experience. Yeah, it was a guy named Christian Pulisic. No, he's okay with his name. I'm just saying. It's only 15,000 people. You didn't. Yeah, I mean, Craven, I guess you're right. Like, I probably could. We could probably take that. We could probably stomach that, right? Like, I would be okay. You know what's wild to me is I can't hear any noise coming from this computer, and I've somehow just decided that I was not gonna figure that out, but I definitely should. I'm gonna go into the settings real quick. I feel like it'd be in settings. That's the mic. Desktop audio. Where's like the monitoring audio? Monitoring device. There we go. Should be secondary. Now I should hear everything that comes through. I don't know why I waited to do that. That was really stupid. So let's test it. Hey, Chris?
There's been a red card, but for who, Chris Kamara?
I didn't hear that. That's tragic. Chris! Now, where I know it works on your end. I can figure it out at some other point. So, chat, welcome to the Worst World Cup. I'm your host, Zealand/Clive. Now, the Worst World Cup is a tournament between countries from all over the world, except they're qualifying in the reverse order that you think they should be qualifying. And that means that the worst teams from each continent have qualified for this tournament. And as a result, we've had two groups where Laos, Mongolia, Cambodia, and Pakistan have qualified, eliminating a spirited effort from Tonga, a not-so-spirited effort from San Marino, the U.S. Virgin Islands, who's stunned with a win over Eritrea, and Eritrea getting eliminated as well, so that sucks for them. Our next couple of groups, Djibouti, the Bahamas, Singapore and Bhutan, Nepal, Somalia, Guam, and Turks and Caicos. That's what we have on the line here today. The Faroe Islands were actually too good to make it. I'm so sorry to say the Faroe Islands were too good to make it. Too talented. Too talented. Get them out of here. I missed the reveal of a new emote. Yes, it looks good, doesn't it? So our first set of matches, I just went the wrong direction here. Oops. Our first set of matches is Djibouti, Bahamas, Singapore, Bhutan. And then this group, Djibouti's top of the group with 6 points. Because, I mean, if you weren't backing Djibouti, where's India? They're actually not terrible. India made the last Asian Cup and is really nowhere near the worst 14 teams in Asia, which was what qualified. The capital of Djibouti is Djibouti. Same with Luxembourg, right? If I'm correct. It's like a city-state, just a big city. Like the size of Miami or something. Faroe Islands are pretty good. They're relatively pretty good compared to the rest of the teams in this tournament. Liechtenstein is here. Yes, Liechtenstein, San Marino, Gibraltar are the European representatives at this tournament. We inverted the qualifying spots, so instead of getting 13 spots from Europe, we get 3 because that's the second smallest. They get the CONCACAF registration sort of stuff. So Djibouti, and I'm crying of joy. There you go. Djibouti, the Bahamas, Singapore, and Bhutan. Djibouti, with any point at all against the Bahamas, would clinch qualification, but for some reason the schedule's inverted. So it's actually the other group that's going first, which is where Nepal has already clinched qualification on 6 points. Somalia, Guam, and Turks and Caicos are playing for the other spot. So let's see what game we actually have next. It looks like Turks and Caicos and Somalia. Okay. Here's the situation. If Turks and Caicos wins this game, they are actually in the driver's seat to go through, which is insane because that's a country of like 30,000 people, 15,000, I don't even know. Very small. Somalia, on the other hand, with a point, I think almost guarantees qualification. Let's go take a look. Well, that's not what they're actually competing in. They're competing in the alternative World Cup because Somalia is on 3 points right now. With a win, Somalia guarantees passage through to the next round. With anything but a win, the door is open for Guam. You know, with a win, the door is open for Guam.
Much love.
Yeah, it does work now. I just got to change the monitoring settings on the Chris Kamara thing. I can't hear you. I did my absolute best, dude. It's loud. I turned it down, I realized it. I realized it was loud. I turned it down. All right. Let's get rocking and rolling. Do we have our prediction? By the way, chat, you can wager your bacon on every single one of these matches to try and make more bacon. Who's winning it? Turks and Caicos or Somalia, the Horn of Africa, or a tiny Caribbean nation that once posted tryout flyers around its island to see if players would be eligible to play for its national team? Ireland's too bad for the real World Cup and too good for this one. Ireland was at the World Cup a couple World Cups ago. I mean, you get that experience in your lifetime, you know. None of these countries will probably ever get it. How is the prediction going, by the way? Is there faith? There's a lot of faith in Somalia. There's very little faith in Turks and Caicos. I respect that. I mean, you know, Turks and Caicos hasn't won a match. Somalia has. All right. Time for a little Clive. Ready? It's match day, Turks and Caicos and Somalia. Welcome back to the final day of the worst World Cup. Two nations that are really not usually on this stage. And that took absolutely no time at all for Somalia to make all those Somalia wagers look a very intelligent bet indeed. Lightning strikes for the Somalis in the second minute. It's Hassan Hashi, the mercurial forward for Somalia, that's found the back of the net, and Turks and Caicos might well be sent away here in Group D. Somalia trying to send itself to the round of 16. Turks and Caicos need a win in order to survive, and they look like they're going to do the opposite so far. Hassan Hashi holding it up for Somalia. Hassan Hashi, still Hassan Hashi. Brooks with an important save to keep things tidy for Turks and Caicos. They need 2 goals to survive against Somalia, but they control their own destiny. Mohammed to the back post, Hassan Hashi. It's Elsius, who's come away with the ball. He's got acres of space in front of him, Elsius. Inside to Beljour. Beljour up to Dorval. It's Fred Dorval. Dorval's all by himself. Oh, Fred Dorval. The hero for Turks and Caicos. He's fumbled the chance. Tragic for Fred Dorval. A moment for Turks and Caicos to get itself back in this game. Somalia has come flying to bits defensively, and Fred Dorval could not capitalize. Now Somalia's Gessi. A goal here would send them into raptures. Gessi, cleared by Francois. Nearly the hero. Hashi, well over the crossbar for Somalia. Hassan Hashi. Well, this is not gone according to plan for Turks and Caicos Islands so far. Somalia with a controlling 1-0 lead and only one real chance for Fred Dorval, the star forward for Turks and Caicos, and he was not able to take it. Ali with a crucial save at the back for Somalia after he's been blamed for some poor performances in the past. Hassan brought it down for Somalia. Mohammed, and this got by Francois. Faisal Hassan Hashi, saved by Brooks. Upstairs, but he met it. Mohammed. A bending ball. Oh my goodness, there was a push in here, and Meriton Abazi. He's blown for a penalty. And this might be it for another one of those micro islands, Turks and Caicos, who did get themselves a point at this tournament. They're up against it. Faisal Hassan Hashi from the spot. Oh, nearly saved. Nearly saved, but not by Brooks. And the writing is on the wall for Turks and Caicos now. Faisal Hassan Hashi with a well-taken penalty. You can hear the massive pile of Somali fans in the back there making a ton of noise. You can see them all in the stands. Absolutely explosive support for the Somalis this entire tournament. Now, Turks and Caicos would have to bring their entire island here to fill this stadium. Brooks with a solid save. That was quite the magic run in the end for Faisal Hassan Hashi, who is he is the man. He's the magic man for Somalia. He's the one that's made all the difference and done all the damage in this tournament. They're looking for him again. Hussein Bessi, cleared by Turks and Caicos, but the hope is dwindling now for Turks and Caicos Island. They had their chance in the first half. They could not take it. Now up towards Hussein, and it's Noor Ibrahim Ali. And it's a sad day for Turks and Caicos Islands. Noor Ibrahim Ali makes it a resounding 3-0 for Somalia, who look to join Djibouti, Nepal, Pakistan, Mongolia, Cambodia in the next round. Ali Roble, Gessi, oh! Firm strike of the crossbar from Gessi. And Somalia needed a win to guarantee qualification. They are going to win this match, and they're going to win it in some style. 3-0 over Turks and Caicos, and that brings us the other match from this group, which we need to poll immediately for Guam and Nepal. Nepal's already guaranteed qualification, and with that result, the Asian representatives, Guam, are not going to be able to qualify for the next round. So we gotta... That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. I'll let Gary do his thing here. Football lost today. I'm sad. I'm sad. Turks and Caicos was one of those just ridiculous teams that was in this. There it is. You know what we're missing, though, is the anime WoW. I'm going to see if I can go get that now. While you guys vote, while you guys wager, excuse me, Nepal's already qualified. Guam is officially out, even if Guam wins this game. But a win for Guam could help flip the top of the group to Somalia. I would be shocked if Guam won this game, though. They possessed really well in the first couple matches, but, like, not... They haven't done much. So I'm going to try and get rid of those chimes. Yeah. Oh, dude, I don't know. Oh, this is going to be fun. I have to play every recording. I didn't label it. It just has a stupid date name. This is the recorded file. I didn't label it. Oh, wait. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, never mind. What is that? No! Okay. Never mind. We'll figure that out some other time. If you've got your wagers in, you've got your wagers in, chat. We're going. It's Guam and Nepal. It's Guam and Nepal. We're going. We're going, John. Add that to the soundboard. I kind of like that one. I did like that one. Really need work the spaces goal call on the soundboard. Yeah, no, I need to take the time to go through and get all the things we need on the soundboard. We've added the stuff ad hoc. Clive, what do you think of this one? Well, I think that Nepal's got the coolest flag in the world, lads. And they're off and running against Guam. This should be a Nepalese party celebrating their qualification to the next round, which was guaranteed after 2 match days. Bandari back towards Rai. They're going up against a Guam team that's mustered 1 point from this tournament so far. Pulled it back against Turks and Caicos Islands late in order to keep themselves alive, but Nepal backed themselves as heavy favourites up in Kathmandu. Nepal with the back 7 and the front 3 got themselves a set piece. Nodded away by Romero. Mahajan back into the crowd again. Beast is headed away. Tamong settles for Nepal. Chand. Khadka on his right foot. Oh, he went for it, and Taitano had to meet it. How we doing, chap? Lewin, we're doing well. Who's the host? Tonga, of course. Oceania deserves to host the worst World Cup. Dixon. They've already been eliminated. They finished third in their group, unfortunately. Deep breaths. Chand. The in-swinging foot on this free kick. He has a swing. Oh! Oh, that is something special from Chand. What a hit from the Nepalese free kick taker. He could not have hugged that near post anymore. An exceptional free kick from Chand. Well, that opens an account Nepal might be adding to. Gati Magar, who's been the goal getter for Nepal so far, leaves it wide of the post. Oh, what a goal that is from Chand. It was perfect. It was one of the most perfect free kicks you will ever see from the left back for Nepal. Right. Brings it under his spell, charging ahead and comfortably over Taitano's goal. There's Guam trying to keep this respectable, trying to earn a point, perhaps even 3 to take home with them. But it was always going to be an uphill battle. Now, they do love to hold the ball around the back, and that's what we're getting here today. Cruz, Davis, Romero. Dixon with a running ball up towards Chand. Now Khadka. Khadka up for Bista. Bista's in behind, and he hit the post. Unlucky. But Nepal, who could have simply just ended this game in the 31st minute. They might on this ensuing set piece. Mahajan. Romero away to Quitugua. Gati Magar up for Tamong. Up towards Bista, and this will be a penalty. It's Davis. He's got his hands all over him. And we are interested to see who's going to take this. Will it be Gati Magar to add to his total? Bista to finally grab that goal in this tournament. It is a penalty given to Nepal. And it will be Chand, who stroked in such a masterful free kick earlier. Chand for his second of the day. It's a lovely penalty from Chand. Nepal is flying in this tournament and look to become the first team to pull 9 points from their group. And they're well on their way against Guam. Right. Nepal might be ending this in style. Guam is on ice skates. Bandari headed away, but back in towards the goalkeeper. Taitano, Cruz, Dixon. They've built this one well enough. Huitagua. Cruz, Davis, Huitugua, Tamong down towards ball, and Nepal's been able to strike quickly from here. Romero, poorly cleared. Bandari driving to the inline for Nepal, up to Gati Magar, and he's left it wide. There's a real sense that Nepal's going to score like 9 goals in this game. Bandari, wide. But Taitano's goal under siege, and Guam is begging for half-time. But they won't survive another Sean free kick, surely. The man with 2 goals from set pieces! Oh! Oh, he's unlucky. What a player Rohit Chand is. On these dead ball situations, he nearly scored a dead ball hat-trick. That was a knuckling free kick on that near post. Guam trying to foray ahead, only down 2-0 in spite of Nepal's consistent pressure. Gati Magar on the dribble now, Gati Magar. He's got options in the middle. Oh, stops on a dime, and Ball fits it through Taitano. Sunil Ball, the latest on the score sheet for a rampant Nepalese side. Sunil Ball right through the legs of Taitano. He couldn't get the wickets closed in time. It was easily done. It was comfortably done by Nepal. And they are surely one of the favourites in this tournament after this group stage performance. The only team so far to grab 3 wins from 3. Choi Min Song can't control it for Guam. Beaster flying away from Cruz, got the ball under control. It's proper service for Gati Magar. He's all alone, and he missed. An uncharacteristic misfire from Gati Magar that spares Guam. And now they're trying to put something together. They won't. In the final 30 minutes, likely they won't either. Tyler Adams is the new Conte. Maybe. Thank you so much for the 17 months, Joey. Hudson, thank you for the prime. Welcome to the Hammers. And Sack Tap, our little man starting to grow up. Can Messi will his team to a World Cup? I don't think he needs to will them anywhere. I think that the team's good enough to win it. And, you know, one of the 2 unbeaten teams ever to come out of South American qualifying. If you're talking Lionel Messi, so... And now he's playing with freedom, I think. He's playing really well with that freedom. Guam continues to possess. They've possessed the ball nearly 70% of the time in all 3 of their matches. And it's come to really nothing in the way that they play. Bodicus, thank you for the 6 months. Clash, thank you so much for the prime. And Show Stealer with a huge 26 months, you know. Huge. Mendoza. Rohit Chand doing some rare defending. Tamang floats it towards Sunil Ball. Now Rai. The result of this match already settled before it began. And Beaster's trying to add, and he does. Anyan Beaster deserved a goal for his movement, and he has it. It's a really wonderful finish. As Nepal are building momentum and holding momentum into the knockout stages, they are going to guarantee a first-place finish in this group. They're going to guarantee it enthusiastically. And Guam will likely be finishing in last based off goal difference, unless they can turn it here. Cruz towards Choi Min Song. He's got an option top of the box if he can find it. Taiguinko. Oh! That's better from Guam. But it's far too little and far too late for Guam in this tournament. Eliminated when they took the field today. And they're certainly eliminated now. Nepal top of the group with 9 points, and Guam going home with just 1 and a last place finish in their back pocket. How about this Nepalese team, huh? I don't know why Nepal is good. I feel like Nepal's not supposed to be this good. I don't know if it's because their group was so bad. Like, you know, the world rankings really don't matter down at this level. Like, I don't know if it was just because their group was so bad or what. But Nepal and Somalia go through over Turks and Caicos and Guam does finish last in the group on goals for. Turks and Caicos finishes 3rd in the group, which, you know, we'll take the dub when you can get it. Reese, thank you for the 34 months. Subscriptions. But Nepal's kind of killing it right now. I did not know that was a thing possible. Gardy Magar still with the 3 assists is tied for the lead. He was near the top for goals, but I don't think he's there anymore thanks to Ezra Walian and Mutsinho and Duong Maiti. And what's the next match? I actually have no idea. Oh, yo. Any points at all for Djibouti? And the small port nation is going to the knockout stages. A win for the Bahamas, they're likely through. It all depends on what happens in the other match. So this is where it comes down to one of those, like, 3 teams could finish on 6 points. Here, if the Bahamas wins and Singapore beats Bhutan, then all of a sudden 3 teams are on 6 points. But the Bahamas has a 2-goal difference advantage over Singapore, which if it wins would then increase. So the Oceania Islands losing, the Oceania ranks are inflated. I mean, Guam was Asian, but I do think that certain nations like Cook Islands is inflated. American Samoa being 198th is absurd. They're the worst team at this tournament, and it's not even close. They have a minus 18 goal difference in 2 matches. Like, get out of here. Get out of here, you know? Get out of here. This is a hard one to predict. Yeah. Well, I mean, Djibouti's got its wins over Singapore and Bhutan 3-2 and 3-1. Bahamas beat Bhutan 3-0, but lost to Singapore 1-0. Nice solid ground here with the palm trees in the background. Who's the prediction favorite? I don't even know who it would be. Oh, Djibouti's got all of it. Yeah, I mean, what people have seen. The underdogs don't have much. But in Group C, the Bahamas are playing for their life. And a draw means that Bhutan has to beat Singapore, which is probably not going to happen. Djibouti with any points at all does go through. Clive? Well, you heard the other man with the funny accent tell you exactly what happens. Djibouti with 1 point has guaranteed qualification. The Bahamas likely need a win, but if they do win, they have a goal difference advantage that is rather significant over Singapore in a rare group where the Asian sides have really struggled. Singapore and Bhutan in 3rd and 4th respectively. Now, if Bhutan can hold Singapore to anything but a win, just a draw will do for the Bahamas as they come out in the yellow. Djibouti in the blue, we're underway at the worst World Cup, and immediately it's the Bahamas on the attack with a set piece. Joseph from the corner towards the back post. Yabe heads away. Gode, Joseph. Hall from range! Nearly bit that one in. That was a stunning effort from Hall that the goalkeeper seemed to really recognize was a threat too late. And now Djibouti with their own set-piece chance that Prinder is dealt with. Carey. Angled ball that's only collected by Farada. Djibouti, one of the surprises of this tournament. They go 6 points from 6. Abdelali towards Mahabe. Now Mohamed. Migame. They're building something. And that hit the post. Oh my word, that hit the crossbar. I have no idea how the physics worked on that play, but it's gone out for a goal kick. And Djibouti has returned fire from the early attack of the Bahamas. Abdullahi towards Mgame, and Bodie parries it back towards Mgame. Mgame back towards Alabe now. Hall deals with it. Mohamed, Yabe, Abdullahi. This is promising, lively attacking play from Djibouti in the early stages. Now Carey. Open-ended play between these two sides. Bahamas know they need likely a win. Carey, well struck from 30 yards away. Was whistling over the crossbar from Carey as the Bahamian national team tries to really accomplish something for the first time in a major way. Djibouti the same, trying to win its group with just 1 point in this game. And right now that is enough for Djibouti to win the group on 7 points. The result they have in their hands right now is enough. How long will it hold? Apparently forever. They've just given up on trying here. The Bahamas with a goal would grab a huge 3 points, but instead it's Djibouti's Mohamed, who's fired the ball straight into the post, scuttled away by the Bahamas to survive. Now Hassan, another one. Mohamed, this time beaten to it by Prinder. Djibouti continuing its questionnaire of the Bahamian backline. With 15 minutes left to play, Djibouti the more likely to score. And the Bahamas struggling to get hold of the ball consistently, but the draw is holding despite Djibouti's consistent pressure throughout that into the first half as well. Abubakar gets it wide to Migame, drew a whole load of defenders, and Migame's got a ball into Mohamed! And Djibouti has shocked the Bahamas! In the 89th minute of play, Djibouti's grabbed all 3 points, and the Bahamas are surely out now. All Singapore needs is a draw in the next match, and Djibouti's grabbed all 9 points. Mahabe. A tragedy for the Bahamas if they cannot find at least 1 goal. Djibouti, the unlikeliest of 9-point group stage teams in their baby blue, have both hands on it. Back post delivery. Migame has it. What a save. Mahabe with the icing and the cherry. The lovable East African underdogs have 9 group stage points. The deflection right to Mahabe, and it's just his day for Djibouti. They've beaten the Bahamas 2-0. A defeat that means the Bahamas need Singapore to lose by just 1 or 2 goals in order to advance. It's very unlikely for the Bahamian national team now, and it opens the door quite stunningly for Bhutan, who's not been eliminated from this tournament yet. If Bhutan wins this match by 5 goals, they could go through. It is still an open door. Singapore with a draw or a win would qualify for the knockout stages now in this position. Not so Great Britain. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Make sure to get your predictions in. Throw your bacon down. Everybody's going for Singapore. Have 1 wager on a Bhutan win right now, but all of the bacon is going in on Singapore. Bahamas lost 2-0, so it is 5 goals. And if 5 goals are scored by Bhutan in this game and they win by 5, Bhutan could get to the knockouts despite a brutal first 2 matches against the Bahamas and Djibouti. But Singapore sees an open door before them now. An open door that they surely must seize. Anything but a defeat to Bhutan today will slip the city-state of Singapore into the round of 16. Their goals certainly at the beginning of this tournament. Bahamas losing to Djibouti by a score of 2-0 that puts Djibouti undoubtedly at the top of the group. But now Singapore. Bhutan in the orange, Singapore in the blue. Bhutan still with a very narrow chance to actually do this and get themselves to the knockouts thanks to the defeat for the Bahamas. Where Singapore, a 0-0 all the way through, would be just fine for them, and there's not much to speak of in the opening 23 minutes. Singapore controlling most of the chances, and they've got another set piece now in this Tongolese reign. Yazid. Floated, and Dinda punches away. He's got back to his line. Is there a chance for Haroon? Not much of one. Drifts harmlessly over the bar of Dindup. Suzliman, Gabriel Kwak, floated towards Anua, well defended by Dorji. Gabriel Kwak, towards the back post, Dawa had it in! Oh, it's Christopher Van Weesen, I believe. Christopher Van Weesen against Dawa. It's a bullet header. There's no covering that at the back post. And Singapore look like they've cinched their spot in the knockout stages. A 1-0 lead over Bhutan. As was likely predicted before this game, Singapore hefty favourites against a real surprise team in Bhutan to begin with. A team that really has no footballing heritage at all to speak of. And Singapore, they've not done it in a particularly aesthetically pleasing fashion. But 1-0 over Bhutan would be enough. They just need a draw, and Bhutan doesn't look particularly like they're going to score in this game. Although they are defending rather obstinately. Yazid floating the ball towards Senesol. It bounces around to Arifin, and it's watched wide. Singapore just waiting for those set-piece chances. They've certainly controlled this game, but they've not created anything too meaningful outside of the goal. Hanumanthan. As Singapore continue their control, Suleiman, Sanisol, up towards Yazid. He has targets, but he's been fouled. Oh, that is soft. This is soft. This is Charmin ultra soft. Devontae Lewis has blown his whistle. And they're going to give Singapore a penalty. And the game is gone. The game is absolutely gone. And you just have to ask yourself what Paul Pogba had to do with this. Ahmad Nazari. Oh, it's saved by Dendup. Oh, he keeps Bhutan alive, but then what a finish by Nazari. Certainly more difficult than the penalty for Ahmad Nazari, but he scored it anyways. What a goal. Great save by Dendup, but then at the tight angle, Nazari holds it down and then roofs it over the goalkeeper Dendup with a wonderful finish from Ahmad Nazari. That was a sensational Landon Donovan-esque goal in the roof of the net. Ilan Fandi streaking ahead now for Singapore, and he's blocked out for a corner. Great recovery by Dorji. Bhutan playing with toughness and pride, but they've not had the required quality to really threaten Singapore in the other direction. Jigme headed away. Suleiman Abdullah. Yazid. Driven ball that Dorji sweeps away for Bhutan. Singapore, they knew the job they had to do, and they've come and done that job. They finished with 6 points and a win over Bhutan, and they advance behind Djibouti. I can't say that was much of a surprise. Unfortunate for the Bahamas to let slip there, but Singapore had to win against Bhutan and did. So that means Singapore is going through as the second place team. The only two continents that have qualified teams are Africa and Asia, by the way. We need CONCACAF representation. We need Oceania representation, and I don't know if we're going to get it. We have European representation. Liechtenstein's already clinched its spot into the next round. Do you think the BVI is going to do it? Maybe. Well, let's get to the next day. As our knockout matches continue to be set here. That means Djibouti plays Somalia and Nepal plays Singapore. Pakistan plays Laos and Mongolia plays Cambodia. Some inter-region matchups there. So the next set of matches is the Bangladesh, Indonesia, Gibraltar, American Samoa group. Interesting, because Indonesia and Bangladesh have both absolutely blown out American Samoa. Indonesia drew Gibraltar. Bangladesh beat Gibraltar. Bangladesh is one of the favorite fun teams in this tournament. Indonesia did score, 10 goals? 12 goals. They beat American Samoa 12-0. So Indonesia, one of the potential favorites of the tournament. I wonder, do they play first? I don't know what the first game is. Yes. So if Indonesia does anything but lose, they're through. If Bangladesh beats Indonesia, Indonesia could theoretically be eliminated by Gibraltar. Gibraltar would have to beat American Samoa like 14-0 though. So it's just not going to happen. All right, chap. Who's winning this one? Does the magical side of Bangladesh have enough in the tank, or is Indonesia's awakening after their draw against Gibraltar enough? You got me to watch Ted Lasso, and honestly, I'm loving it. No, Rev, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Singapore is still in. Singapore just qualified for the knockouts. Indonesia's huge win over American Samoa is definitely tilting the predictions. This is football heritage. Amelia, your football heritage. Thank you for the 7 months. And for Saker, thank you so much for the 3 months as part of the Hammers. Thank you to everybody that's subscribed to the channel. You guys are doing such great work. That's football, isn't it? Come on, lads! It's the worst World Cup! Trying to figure out if any of these teams are my World Cup universe. I mean, Indonesia actually turns into a half-decent national team when you simulate 1,000 years in the future, apparently. We simulated 1,000 years into the future and discovered such. The results, well, they're not the final results. 53% of the wager is on an Indonesia win, 20% on draw, 27% on Bangladesh, who again beat Gibraltar. Indonesia did not beat Gibraltar. Clive. This is a matchup of two of the favorites in this tournament. Bangladesh have been so wonderful eliminating Gibraltar and American Samoa. Indonesia need to win this match in order to win the group, get themselves an easier draw for the next round. They dropped one of the most impressive performances at any international tournament of all time with a 12-0 win over American Samoa that shocked and awed after their initial 0-0 draw with Gibraltar in the opening match. Bangladesh is in the green, Indonesia in the white. An all-Asia matchup atop this group to see who might just go through. It's Bangladesh that gets things started. Rahman, Vamansia, Buyan, Ibrahim. Twirling to his outside, Solnando, who is tied for the top assist mark in this tournament. Unsurprisingly, given the number of goals that were scored by Indonesia in their last match. Basna settles with Pradna and now up towards Walian, who leads the Golden Boot race after his 7-goal performance against American Samoa. Dimas, Yama, Hussein, Buyan. It's bouncing all over the place now. Buyan trying to settle. Dimas has it. Controls for Indonesia. Walian, Pradana, back to Walian, up to Vamansia. What a passing play by Indonesia! Andik Vamansia finishes a brilliant play for the Indonesians. A deserved 1-0 lead. That. It's beautiful. And it's trouble for Bangladesh, who now are not top of their group any longer. Bangladesh already guaranteed qualification. A defeat in this match would not change that. Miyasoni. Lofted ball for Bangladesh. Oh my goodness, Rahman's there. It's quite the run from Rahman. Back towards Mila Soni, and Mohammed forced into a difficult save. Well taken by Mila Soni in Bangladesh, one of the 10 biggest countries in the world, trying to get this one back right away. This is a huge matchup by population. That was a foul on Barman, charging in to try and win the header. Two of the top 10 countries in terms of raw population numbers in all the world here at the worst World Cup. Hassan pulls it back for Hossein towards Rahman, Pradana, Vamansia, Solnando. Down the line, Vamansia. Vamansia pulls back and Barman, well cleared. Haryadi, now for Indonesia, up to Pradana. Zico makes it stick to his gloves. Crucial, important save as Indonesia trying to pile it on early once again. Vamansia up towards Walian. Walian's in behind! How on earth did this team draw with Gibraltar? They have looked simply unplayable since then. Vamansia to Walian. The Golden Boot leader has got his 8th goal of the tournament in 3 matches. And this team is so far away from their draw with Gibraltar that it's scarcely a memory now. Because Bangladesh, who have won their opening 2 matches at this tournament, are getting brushed aside for Vamansia. Lofted. Barman. Got it clear. Oh my goodness, he's pointed at the spot. Sanja Normatov clearly paid off by the Indonesian Federation. I've no idea what he's called in that pile, but he's going to give the penalty, and Indonesia got a chance to grab a 3rd goal in 24 minutes. Vamansia from the spot. with that wand of a left foot, and he scores. And there's really no way back now for Bangladesh. They look bereft on Deek Vamansia with a smooth goal. And it is insane what Indonesia's been able to pull off at this tournament, given their opening disappointment against Gibraltar. And now they have become perhaps the prohibitive favourite in this whole tournament. Vamansia. Oh, what a run by Vamansia, and he's just lifted it over the crossbar. But another chance there for Indonesia. Bangladesh have looked largely toothless, although it hasn't been a complete boat racing. Indonesia with 9 shots and 55% of the ball. We reach half-time at 3-0. A bitter pill to swallow for Bangladesh that they really are second best on the field today after all the intensity and the enthusiasm Bangladesh had cultivated with this team. Harayati. Breaking inside, lofted to Walian. Walian! Oh! Childish impudence from Walian. A bucket of filth from the Golden Boot leader in his second hat trick. I believe. I can't remember. He definitely has one now. Oh my goodness me. This Indonesia team has turned into a buzzsaw. They drew Gibraltar and everyone thought they might be a disappointing big team at this tournament. And now they are beating a team that beat Gibraltar by a score of 5-0. Walian, exceptional goal-scoring prowess on a level we've not seen from any other participant in this tournament. He's the tip of the spear of a very dangerous spear from Indonesia. Zico. Oh, I've no idea what he's done here, Zico. But the defense has arrived to bail him out for the moment. This is a come-to-Jesus moment for Bangladesh. A reckoning that they must sort their way through going into the knockout stages, which they have already guaranteed qualification for, given their 2 wins in their first 2 matches. Kazi. Floated to Rahman, and he is in here. Rahman. Oh, and of course, it's a wonderful save from Mohammed. Mahbubur Rahman, who's been prolific in the first 2 matches for Bangladesh. Anything but on that chance. Indonesia, a scary team out there. Bangladesh won their opening match 7-1, then beat Gibraltar by a handful. And they've been boat raced by Indonesia. And Indonesia is looking for more for Mansia, running towards Utomo, and that's over the bar of Zico. But for Indonesia, the knockouts are beckoning on 7 points and a top-of-the-group finish that sees Indonesia carrying a really big flag into that knockout stage. Rana with his left towards that back post for Hussein. Rana around the outside. Kazi might have been onside here. We have to wait and see. We go to the VAR screens. But I do believe he could be onside. He's not, and that sums up the day for Bangladesh, who have had a few looks around the goal, but their defense has been blown apart. I do believe he's offside there. I'm no expert in the rule. Certainly no expert in the rule, but I believe upon further investigation he was mildly offside. And that brings us to our second match, a match that now takes on no significance other than pride, thanks to Indonesia's emphatic 5-0 win over Bangladesh. Gibraltar and American Samoa. American Samoa campaigning vigorously for the worst team at this tournament, where Gibraltar is trying to pick up its first win in quite some time and trying to do it on the field against a team with a minus 18 goal difference in American Samoa. So, surely nobody is going to put any money on American Samoa to win, right? Surely. Bangladesh did beat Gibraltar, yes. Bangladesh had 6 points going into that match. They'd won their first 2 matches. That was a really emphatic win for Indonesia. Like, really terrifyingly emphatic win for Indonesia. Sounds like a challenge. I mean, American Samoa lost 7-1 to Bangladesh and 12-0 to Indonesia. Gibraltar drew Indonesia in the first match and lost to Bangladesh in the second match. Some people have. What are the predictions on 86% on Gibraltar? But over almost 43,000 bacon's been thrown down the other direction. I've backed American Samoa on both occasions. Why stop? If American Samoa wins this game, it is one of the upsets of the tournament and completely ruins the narrative that they're the worst team here. Because right now, the working theory is American Samoa is definitely the worst team here. Clive, take it away. Well, this match now, neither of these teams can qualify. It has no significance other than pride, and American Samoa is in hunt of any form of pride. They've lost 7-1 and 12-0 at this worst World Cup, and they are desperate to find a team they can compete with, and that might just be Gibraltar, who drew Indonesia at a result that's looking very impressive indeed right now, and lost to Bangladesh in their opening 2 matches. Gibraltar, one of 3 European representatives at this tournament. San Marino's already been eliminated. Gibraltar has as well. But they have a chance to win. And here's the ball in for Gibraltar. And Lopez! Oh, no. It has begun. Wake me up when September ends and America Samoa stops giving up gold. And a potential avalanche has begun as American Samoa have conceded early on to Gibraltar. Walker, he's got room, he's got a ball, he's got Morgan, he's got 2-0. And this could be a rather fun day at the park for the Europeans. Gibraltar assailing a nation of 38,000 that are certainly taking care of their business against the boys from the territory, American Samoa. Well, it's the boys from the Rock that have a 2-0 lead. 13-0 incoming. It would not put it past American Samoa. Fa'amoana, the captain of this beleaguered side. Ronan, Brito. It's gone long. Saulua. Samuelu, a running ball for Fa'amoana. That's cut out by Brito. Lopez. Ronan will turn and face. He's under no pressure here. Walker is gone for Morgan. He's found space. He's found room to attack. And he's found a third goal for Gibraltar. Kelvin Morgan. And we can start setting the over-under predictions on how many goals Gibraltar is going to score in this tournament. Because American Samoa, no matter who they've played, have been blown apart like a wicker tent in the wind. Just not their tournament. Samuelu looking for Fawa Danielson. Saulua, Collins, picked by Hernandez. Now Hernandez with a chance to run. He's got numbers. He's got space. Hernandez to Walker. He's got men in the middle. Walker, he finds Kelvin Morgan. Ronan, somebody, anybody. Kian Ronan. Somehow it's gotten worse for American Samoa. Piario didn't even dive. American Samoa seemingly deteriorating with every contest. Collins headed down by Cipollina. Olivero. He's gone straight in for Morgan, and Morgan scored. You know that meme with the cat and the helicopters fading in over it? That's every American Samoan fan right now. Because this is a PTSD triggering 5-0 win sprint in 17 minutes for Gibraltar, and it is so far from over for the Gibraltar national team. American Samoa is stuck on the field for another 70 minutes. Olivero, Walker, chip towards Morgan. He's all alone. A deterioration of a national team in real time. American Samoa getting absolutely run off the field by the Gibraltar national team. 9 shots, 6 goals for Gibraltar. It's precision goal scoring, and it's not nearly over. Lopez almost had himself a goal as well. This is going to be one of the most horrific World Cup showings you could possibly imagine by the numbers at this worst World Cup for American Samoa. They do have a goal. They scored after going down 7-0 to Pakistan. Bangladesh, pardon me. Morgan goes for the chip. Oh, stop it, Kelvin Morgan. Absolutely feeling himself. He's got a whole bucket of goals already, and he wants one for the highlight reel. And the European nation that is being eliminated is certainly going to be eliminated in style. Glancing header that Piario is able to collect. The beleaguered goalkeeper has struck a decent ball forward, but Fawa Danielson's not in hot pursuit. Sailua to Alele. Pati back towards Hernandez. Hernandez up to Cipollina and Torria. Wide towards Walker and Ronan and Olivero. And Olivero's got Kelvin Morgan in. My goodness! He was offside. The save doesn't count. I was going to give Piario a bunch of credit for finally making a save for American Samoa. It's halftime. It's 6-0, and it is shocking. It was 5 goals in 17 minutes, and a real feeling that if Gibraltar exerted itself fully, it might be able to win this match 20-0. American Samoa undoubtedly competing for the title of worst team in the world, and they are winning that title convincingly. A team wholly unable to compete at the international level against the smallest of nations. Milani. Collins. Towards Fawa Danielson. Now Walker, he's got a chance maybe to turn Olivero. Olivero running ball for Walker. Walker on to Rowan. Kian Ronan. Drawing a crowd. He deflects the ball in towards Walker. Tualalele able to close down. Olivero to Torria. Torria shoots and scores. Oh, it's the standard of goalkeeping from Piario. It makes you feel bad for Piario. Because how in the world has this gone in? Torria just hits it hard and low towards the goal, and Piario can't get there in time. Gibraltar with 20 shots and 7 goals on just 2.66 XG. Ledoux wide to Coombs. And he's just going to launch this back in for Gibraltar, and Cabrera makes it 8. George Cabrera for Gibraltar on 70 minutes gets himself a goal on a big stage. I've got nothing else for you. American Samoa is the worst team I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes, and I have no idea how you can get so convincingly beaten by Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Gibraltar, but American Samoa have done just that. Pa'amoana. So looking for something to hang their hat on, but they've headed the ball to George Cabrera, and he's charging towards the goal, George Cabrera. Needed a special effort from there, and he didn't get it. Gibraltar will be going out, but it is safe to say, I believe at this point of the match, that Gibraltar will be going out with a win. to its name in a final round of matches that, it must be said, has been a whole host of blowouts. After such drama in the opening stages, oh my goodness, Piario went flying by Cabrera. Collins has cleaned up the mistake. All of a sudden, the Bengal Tigers' 7-1 win in the opening match looks like a weak link. But certainly American Samoa was more fit and more enthusiastic during that match than they have been in this match or the match against Indonesia. Piario able to squeeze yet another save. An inquest is certainly due for the American Samoa national team. George Cabrera charging forward. That might have been the weakest shot in recorded human history. We have to run our further analysis on that, but I'm fairly certain that it was 8-0. 8-0. No other information needed. 8-0, the final score. What?
1 year anniversary. Let's go. Enjoyed every second of it. Keep up the great work, Zealand. See and jam.
Okay, brother. That's a minus 26 for you kids at home. In 3 matches, a minus 26 for American Samoa that sees Indonesia and Bangladesh go through. Nice win by Bangladesh, by the way. 2-0 against Gibraltar is a very nice win. Anyways, the weird group, Group E, British Virgin Islands, Seychelles, Samoa, and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka not technically eliminated because the British Virgin Islands are stunning everybody with a couple of wins to try and be the first CONCACAF team to get through. Because the Asian teams have done super well. Indonesia and Bangladesh, the 2 Asian teams in that group, have gotten through. They're looking like freaking Europe right now at the worst World Cup. Yeah, we have our champions. We have our champions of, like, the actual worst World Cup. British Virgin Islands playing Samoa. Oh! Okay, so Samoa can't lose, right? Samoa cannot lose. Because if Samoa loses, then they're... I mean, unless Sri Lanka beats Seychelles. Yeah, no, they can't. Samoa can't lose. Samoa needs at least a draw, and then they need Sri Lanka to do something against Seychelles, or Samoa wins, and then that puts pressure on Seychelles. Trying to go through. Are we going to get an Oceania team into the knockouts? Samoa or the British Virgin Islands, who are top of the group with 6 points. Incredible run from the British Virgin Islands, beating Sri Lanka. Beating Seychelles. Vladimir's kind of been balling out, yeah. Hey, Lex Zoe, thank you for the... Hey, thank you for the year. Appreciate it. Amelia, thank you for the 7 months. But look, Zoe, I enjoyed every second of it. Keep up the great work. Congratulations on your golden bacon as part of the hammers. Do. Can't forget about the Wonder Kid factory that is Penguins FC. Is that even real? Is it real, man? Wow, nice, decent vote. British Virgin Islands have 54%. Draw's got 30. Samoa's got 16% right there. That's fun. Yeah, the U.S. Virgin Islands has been eliminated, so these are the only Virgins remaining. The BVI against Samoa. Clive, take it away. 2 nations representing a continent, as Oceania and CONCACAF have not made it to the knockout stages yet. Any point at all for the British Virgin Islands would be enough. A draw would keep Samoa alive. A win would give Samoa a very good chance to go on through. Samoa in the blue, British Virgin Islands in the green. One of the surprise packages of this tournament. A nation of just over 30,000 people that have produced 2 wins at this tournament so far. Macmillan Lopez driving forth to Williams, whose back post arrivals have been crucial in this tournament for the British Virgin Islands. Been treated to blowout after blowout earlier today, so a real anticipation for one of the tightest groups in this tournament. Williams driving forward. Matagi behind the ball for Samoa, but it's a bright start for the British Virgin Islands. The Samoan team has taken time to grow into their last couple of matches. They did beat Sri Lanka. but suffered a defeat to Seychelles. Malo, Santos, Block, Smith to Reich. This is very well done. Vladimir Septis! And it's Vladimir! Vladimir Septis, first team all-name forward from the BVI, who has scored the goal to give the Virgin Islands the lead. What a passing combination it was. Reich with the quick two touches. Vladimir Septis flips it over the keeper into the roof of the net. It's Carlos. Try me. Where's Vladimir, dude? Like I said, try me and was just so wrong. Where is Vladimir? Why is Vladimir on the bench? Okay, why are you going to take... Okay, never mind. What a goal by Carlos Septis. He's on the all-not-named team for the British Virgin Islands. Carlos Septis, the goal for the BVI, who could be an incredibly unlikely 9-point team in the group stage. That'd be stunning for the British Virgin Islands. Samoa absolutely need a goal to stay alive. They have to have it. They won against Sri Lanka with their backs against the wall. They have to get a result again here. Solomoana. Lalawata for Samoa. Siliana. Pupi, Letutusa. They've found their way out of the BVI counter-pressing. Can they find their way forward? Not quite. Letutusa, Malo, Pupi. Up towards Lalawata. Reich. It's got it settled for those green unis of the BVI. Wide to Macmillan Lopez. Then he's got Grant with the underlap. Grant on to Carlos Septis! A nation of just 35,000 people are set for history at the worst World Cup. They're in line for 9 points. It's Carlos Septis. He's no Vladimir, but he is pretty good. Carlos Septis, he's onside behind the ball there as Grant digs it out, flips it over to him, and Samoa have really been controlled in a way. Samoa had been so competitive in its first 2 matches, certainly not at all here. And the British Virgin Islands are going to win this group, going away on 9 points, and absolutely nobody would have predicted that going in. Samoa need 2 goals now to save their skins and change that narrative. Block. Jones. With this 2-goal defeat, there is no mathematical way for Samoa to find its way into the knockout stages. Nicky. Jones towards Carlos Septis. Fa'aliliu. Headed it away. Scanlon. Collins. Letutusa. They've not been able to get past this point in their build-up with any consistency, American Samoa. Pardon me. Who is this? Samoa. Oh! Thank goodness it's not American Samoa. They've competed miles better than their sister island, Samoa, at this tournament. They've won a match and they're in the race here on the final day, but they are going to lose that race. The British Virgin Islands, the best team in this group, and there is nobody that can contest that claim. Carlos Septis. Back for Williams. Pupi has driven it just to Nicky. There was really no chance in this match for Samoa. Such a controlled game from the BVI, and Carlos Septis with a late chance at his hat-trick at the worst World Cup. Reich. No, Letutusa, Marlo, Pupi. They're trying to play off Lalawata, but he's not been able to win headers with any consistency. This BVI backline's been up to the task against a big Samoan team. They've answered the bell. And Oceania is still looking for its knockout representative. They will not find it in Samoa unless 2 goals are forthcoming. Williams. Back to Jones. He's looking for Carlos Septis. There's nothing there. Matagi for Garfo. Maybe if they score immediately, the dream is alive for Samoa, but Caesar has cut that out. They've just not created anything in the offensive half of the field. They've not been overrun. And the BVI doesn't overrun anyone. They just out-execute, and they've out-executed again. 9 points for the British Virgin Islands beating Samoa 2-0 on the world's biggest stage for incredibly terrible teams. And that brings us to the other match in this group, which actually has an open door, amazingly, for Sri Lanka. Despite 2 defeats from 2 against Samoa and the British Virgin Islands, Sri Lanka's -3 goal difference is not enough to send them away for good. If they beat the Seychelles by multiple goals, they could fumble their way into the knockout stages incredibly improbably. Seychelles, with a win or a draw, is through, and a 1-goal defeat, by the way. If I just go ahead and pull this up for you right now. Like I totally know what I'm doing here. A 1-goal defeat for Seychelles would leave Sri Lanka on a -2, Seychelles on a -1, and that would be good enough for Seychelles to go through. So a real cushion for Seychelles as you put in your predictions at the top of the chat, and they have 93% of the wagered bacon in the chat so far is on Seychelles. That is rather remarkable. Seychelles, who beat Samoa but lost to the British Virgin Islands, a team that sits squarely in the middle of the two, at least coming into today, taking on one of the worst teams in the world, widely considered Sri Lanka, a nation of 22 million, both these nations floating in the Indian Ocean. Be quite the long swim. It's a terrific matchup between flags. That is a very good point. Terrific matchup between flags, it must be said. We're ready to kick this off. Seychelles losing by 1 goal and up is acceptable to get Seychelles into the knockout stages. A multi-goal win for Sri Lanka keeps an improbable dream alive and would send them through to the knockout stages. That is what Sri Lanka is focusing on here today. Samoa defeated by the British Virgin Islands, opening the door for Sri Lanka's improbable comeback. They're in the blue, Seychelles in the red, and the worst World Cup has kicked off yet another deciding match. Seychelles coming forward early. Williams, deflected shot that's gone up over everything. Oh my God. We're debating a penalty here. There was a push in the box. Ismaila Savage with what must be said a savage decision against Sri Lanka to give Seychelles a penalty that might just take all of the air out of this match in the opening 6 minutes. Monet is at the line. Pereira to stop him. Monet, that's a lovely penalty. Mod check, penalty contact. I have no idea where it was. Absolutely no clue. But I do know that Monet's penalty was top class in the top draw. And that is enough for Seychelles right now to be very comfortable. As Sri Lanka needs 3 goals, which does not look like scoring for this entire tournament. Bibi for Seychelles. Bibi, oh, with the outside of the foot, fancies himself. A bit of a Quaresma there. Easy for Seychelles, and that certainly could help pay off some bacon to members of the chat. I know that. Manu. Up to Brown, Bibi. We're finding the nations that are deserving of knockout football at this tournament. The issue is the second-place team in this group will be taking on Indonesia, and that's not a position I would wish on anyone, and it very well might be Seychelles if they can hold true. Tambu! Oh. Bent the ball over the goal, but Seychelles have come out not just looking to not lose, they've come out looking to win, and that has put Sri Lanka on the back foot. 2 Indian Ocean nations, but the one with the slightly cooler flag in my estimation is the one that is succeeding right now. Fernando. Ishan. Fernando. That's, well, easy dealt with by Marie. But Sri Lanka's finding its way forward a little bit. Tharidu Arunga. Jahar. Farida Ironga wide towards Ishan. He's got runners in the area. Oh my goodness! They found a goal! On their first real push forward, Sri Lanka's found a goal. Everybody hold on. Ishan ramped it off Manu, who was trying to cut the ball out to Zawan. And he couldn't do it. It went in, and it's an own goal that keeps Sri Lankan hopes alive. Sri Lanka needs 2 more goals, but the comfort that Seychelles had is now gone. And the diminutive Indian Ocean nation is now in a bit of a perilous position. They need to maintain their aggressiveness, BB. BB running ball to Tambu. He's got options if he holds this up. Oh, Alawadin needed to make that tackle, but Moni, oh, another crucial block. This is Fernando that throws himself in the way for Sri Lanka, who are looking for their first point at this tournament, but they need all 3, and they need 2 more goals on the way. Alawadin headed away. Monet. Manu. Marie. And Meli. Seychelles really controlled this whole game, but Sri Lanka have kept the door slightly ajar for their entrance into the round of 16, which would be quite stunning. Bibi. Up to Monet. Marie. Now wide for Bibi. He's got an option. That was so beautiful. That is football from Seychelles, and Tambu surely putting a stake in Sri Lanka now, who need 3 goals. A silky set of passes from Seychelles to unlock Sri Lanka. Oh, goodness, he's offside. It must have been so close. And VAR has overruled a beautiful goal by inches. And that does keep Sri Lanka alive. Kajakopon. Fernando, Suraj, that was so close, but it was there. And now Zawan is in. Oh, he's in. Oh, what a huge save by Bara. Necessary save for Seychelles. That could have lit the last 30 minutes on fire. And Sri Lanka, with its best chance of the whole tournament in on goal, can't take it. Kajakopon. It's a brilliant bit of tackling on the outside. Seychelles. Oh, Zawan. Oh, my goodness. How has the ball not gone in? Bara again with a huge play right in front of his goal, and Seychelles needs some sorting out as Sri Lanka's finally generating the pressure it needs. Sri Lanka needs 2 goals and it would go through to the knockout stages. 1 goal for Seychelles, which they thought they had, would clinch it. There it is, BB, bullet header. But they're looking at offside again. They can hold the phone. VAR is on the phone. And they want to have a word because this is another disallowed Seychelles goal, this time for Colin Beebe. Offside obstruction of the goalkeeper keeps Sri Lanka alive. Seychelles can't believe they're still in this match. They've outshot Sri Lanka 21-4. And they've got another set piece. Bibi, this to the back post, and Pereira saves it. Sri Lanka need 2 goals, and they need them quickly to make a remarkable run to the knockout stages, where Seychelles have been utterly dominant, but only scored the 1 goal, and they can hardly believe it. Draw bettors are on the edge of their seats now. And if you bet Seychelles, you can't even believe your luck at the moment. Bibi. It's well switched to Bibi. Padiashi. Bibi up towards Tambu. Alawadin. Been the best defender for Sri Lanka today, but he's not the best passer. That was loose. Meli. Up to Bibi. Wide to his relative, probably. Bibi up to Monet. Saved. Tambu's there. Check the linesman. This one's good. Elijah Tambu. Dance away the night. You've sent Seychelles to the knockout stages. Bibi on to Monet, on to Elijah Tambu. And there's nothing Pereira can do. He's had a really wonderful game, the Sri Lankan goalkeeper. But it is Seychelles 2, very deservedly so. over Sri Lanka's one. And Sri Lanka, despite keeping that door open much longer than many expected, have really now been eliminated at last. And they will go out with 0 points at this worst World Cup unless they find at least one goal. Seychelles may be looking for one for the road. Padiashi. Mote. Tambu. Jean. Ooh, nearly. But now Williams popping up. Will he put this ball into the box? He'll go to Mote. Mote. Oh, powers it right through Pereira. And Dean Mote has made it 3-1 Seychelles. And he'll just dance into the evening. You know, that's a great take by Dean Mote. And Sri Lanka becomes the second team to finish on 0 points, along with American Samoa. Seychelles is through to the knockout stages with 4 XG and 3 goals on 27 shots in a dominant performance. Oh, that was, yeah. Seychelles could not believe they weren't winning that game until the 81st minute, but found a way. And Seychelles and British Virgin, I didn't know who was supposed to get out of that group, but Seychelles and British Virgin Islands have got out of that group. Seychelles will play Indonesia. British Virgin Islands will play Bangladesh in the knockout stages. That brings us to our final 2 groups where we have Fiji, Vanuatu, Anguilla, and Brunei. And then Liechtenstein, East Timor, Macau, and the Cook Islands. I'm interested to see what matches are coming first. East Timor, Liechtenstein, Macau, and the Cook Islands. Duly noted.
So I was walking down the road this morning and first got hit by a violin, then a clarinet, and then a piano. I think it was an orchestrated attack.
That's an A-. Just kidding, it's an A+. That's a proper dad joke from Dolphin. Thank you for the 10 months, Dolphin. That is an A+. I'm going there. That was a fabulous dad joke. Caught me right at the right moment. It says I'm subbing to Zeal, but all I see is Martin Tyler. Fair enough, Ryan. Thank you for the 34 months. Sastias, thank you for the 19 months and nearly 2 years as part of the Hammers. I appreciate that. And thank you to everybody that subscribes, supports the community so that we can hire 45 editors and do all of the different things that we do. Yeah. That are you kidding me? It was an orchestrated attack. That was perfect. I don't think you can have a much better dad joke than that. You can't. East Timor and Liechtenstein. So here's the group situation between East Timor and Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein's top of the group. East Timor is in second. The only way the door stays open for Macau or the Cook Islands is if East Timor loses. A win or a draw for Liechtenstein guarantees them first in the group. A win for East Timor wins them the group, and a draw guarantees qualification for East Timor. A loss at least gives Macau a chance to blow out the Cook Islands and make a comeback, but probably unlikely. East Timor lit the Cook Islands on fire in their opening match. Liechtenstein's won its first 2 matches and looks to be the only European team that will be going through to the knockout stages. So we might have a representative from every continent going through to the knockouts that participates. South America doesn't participate the same way Oceania doesn't participate in the good World Cup. South America doesn't participate in the bad one. So we do have 5 continents, and if Liechtenstein makes it, which they've already qualified, that guarantees that all 5 continents will go through, because either Fiji or Vanuatu of Oceania has to go through from the other group. So we will have at least 1 team from every continent, which is awesome. Yeah, this is Mutsinho hours. East Timor needs to win in order to go through. Get your predictions in. Wager your bacon. 88% on Liechtenstein. People have forgotten how much Timor-Leste blew out. Timor-Leste looks so good. They did draw Macau, though, which... don't know if there's an explanation for that at all, but East Timor did blow the front and back door off of Cook Islands. Liechtenstein's got a couple of wins. They've been very precise with them. East Timor is Timor-Leste? Yes. One and the same. Clive! Well, this is a matchup of the two top teams in this group, Liechtenstein and East Timor, doing battle for the top of the group. A win or a draw guarantees Liechtenstein first. A win for East Timor puts them a guaranteed first position. A draw guarantees qualification, and a defeat opens the door for Macau to find their way into the knockouts if they can blow out Cook Islands, which is definitely a possibility. We're underway. East Timor, Liechtenstein, and Liechtenstein shooting first. Marok headed away. Oeri for Liechtenstein. Barbosa keeping him company. Goop towards Marok. Thomas Marok! For Liechtenstein! It's footballing heritage in the Alps to watch Thomas Marok slot home goals. And the Alpine nation wants to join the 9-point group club. Thomas Marok, once again, a very early goal for Liechtenstein. They've jumped on all three teams they've played very early, and it's been Thomas Marok on each occasion. It's the first shot of the match for Liechtenstein. And East Timor, they've quickly jumped back into contention here, but an early goal is Liechtenstein's way to play. Gali, Guzmao. It's headed down and away for Liechtenstein. Oeri. He's on the run here. Tackled by Dalmida. Jean Pedro. Avigmas towards Moutinho, and that was really caught between two minds for one of the leading goal scorers at this tournament, Moutinho. Up towards Heen, down to Jean Pedro. For East Timor, Jean Pedro. Avigmas. Back to Jean Pedro. They're all onside in front of him. He can't make the pass. Oh, and Latanza, waiting on the line, just takes a touch on the shot. Where's the velocity for East Timor? They've bungled a smash and grab. Latanza, the hero for Liechtenstein, who are really the underdog when you look at results and population size. East Timor nearly 1 million. Liechtenstein under 40,000 people. The last absolute monarchy in Europe. Avigmas ahead towards Bello. Bello! He scored it! Osvaldo Bello with the equalizing goal for East Timor. That would guarantee them through to the next round. They deserved a goal, really, and now they have it. Avigmas with a ball to Bello, and it's a difficult header to get it back across the goal. Kind got near it, but the hands weren't strong enough for Kind. And East Timor, they've played their way back into the game after Thomas Marok's opening foray. Full credit to the fortitude mentally of this Timor-Leste team. Another goal would put them top of the group. Right now, Liechtenstein is holding the top of the group on this draw because Timor-Leste struggled with Macau. Heen for Marok. Gali. It's well intercepted now, and he does have a runner in front of him. It's not Bello. Bello's going to 1-2 with Gali. He's got a man in behind. It's Moutinho! Oh! It's gone in! And it's fortunate for Moutinho because, oh my goodness, he did not strike it well. But Kind did not save it well. And that's the whole point of this tournament at the end of the day. Moutinho's got -5 finishing. But boy, does he score a lot of goals for somebody with that kind of finishing prowess. The man who had a 6.1 in a match in which he scored 5 goals eventually. Strikes again, and Liechtenstein's early goal has not been properly defended in a change of course. Costa, bit loose from the goalkeeper. He's going to have to get this ball up the field, and Gali helps him out. Frith. He's got plenty of space for Gali. They're using their pace now on towards Moutinho. Oh, saved by Kind. That was a good save. Got the legs down. Close the gap, and there was nowhere for Moutinho to go low in that position. And it's Moutinho living up to his billing as a man that simply scores but cannot score. Frith to De Almeida. And now Frith trying to spin away. This result officially eliminates Macau, who is alive with an East Timor defeat. A goal for Liechtenstein recaptures the top of the group for them. Brunei. Goop to Frick. And now Goop. Oh, deflected to Bello. One of the danger men on the ball for East Timor, João Pedro, who's influenced this game from the flank. He's delivered the ball to Moutinho! The magic man Moutinho is here! The bagman Moutinho. It's a lovely ball from João Pedro. Nothing kind can do. Brunei gets beat to the ball by the diminutive motor of Moutinho. And East Timor, they held their nerve and have responded in kind against kind and Liechtenstein. A group that they felt they should win, and they are winning it. Gali. Although there's so much mystery around this tournament, we're learning as we go. Moutinho! It's another hat-trick for Moutinho! That's 2 hat-tricks for Moutinho, and Liechtenstein are really coming apart at the seams. But there's no one out there that can stop the aerial ability of Moutinho. Apparently, Peeb this time beaten to it by a perfectly positioned and precise Moutinho. And it's been all East Timor in this second half. Liechtenstein have been nowhere to be found after their 6 points in the first 2 matches. Brunei, maybe unlucky, that didn't steer its way under the crossbar with that kind of spin. When is Taunton restarting? We drop back into Taunton Town tomorrow, chat. Very exciting day tomorrow. Back into Taunton Town. Ooh, he's got a ball out for Moutinho. Moutinho streaking forward. Surely! Sometimes the meme is too real. Sometimes the meme is too real. And Moutinho living up to his billing as a man that scores, but simply cannot score. East Timor 4, Liechtenstein 1, Timor-Leste finishing top of the group after going behind 1. They take a 4 goals running. Take it off into the sunset there. And East Timor wins the group and eliminates Macau and the Cook Islands. But there is an important thing on the line here. We have 2 teams with no points. Sri Lanka and American Samoa. Cook Islands has no points. They are playing for all their pride here to try and not join the inglorious ranks of American Samoa and Sri Lanka. There was a lot of wagering on Liechtenstein, but East Timor looked the better side for about 70 minutes of that match. And, you know, on the XG, it should have been closer, but they didn't have Moutinho, and East Timor did. That gives us Macau, who could pick up their first win at this tournament. We've got our predictions going, and the favorite is Macau on 80%. The Cook Islands, they've not touched anybody, really. Macau's going with the 8-2 formation, the 3-5-2, and Cook Islands rolling out the 4-3-3, the nation of 17,000 people deep in the Pacific Ocean, against the floating casino of Macau itself, the former Portuguese colony on that Chinese coast, who really pulled out a surprising draw against East Timor in their last match to keep them alive. Can they go grab all 3 points and relegate Cook Islands to the ranks of the worst teams at this tournament? We will see. Lai Tin U. Lofted. Tonga Takino, terrible play, and all of a sudden, Ho Kai Sung! Oh! Inches, not feet away from scoring the opening goal. It was a bit of a shambolic defending from Tonga Takino. And Macau nearly made him pay. Lam Ka Sing, Kom Shi Hu, and Pong Shi Hong their header forward, but Elikana was there in plenty of time, and the Cook Islands rocking the yellow today. Try and build this play up. They're already looking more accomplished than Sri Lanka or American Samoa really ever did. Harmon, Henry, Harmon. Harmon has space. He's running into that space, Harmon. Henry. Pulls it back for Tiputoa. Joseph. Harmon. Harmon. Oh! Oh, what a goal for Grover Harmon! And the Cook Islands have taken a shock lead. The captain, George Harmon, scorching. And all the pride is on the line. Oh, they've scored again! Will and Tagatakino! Hold up and let them cook. The Cook Islands lead Macau 2-0. Tonga Takino is scored. And Macau looks absolutely shell-shocked here. They were the huge favourites. Tonga Takino towards Lee Henry. It boggles the mind. It boggles the imagination. The same nation that lost 7-0 to East Timor, who drew Macau, is beating Macau 3-0. Lee Henry the latest, George Harmon the captain, then what has turned into a Cook Islands party. The stunning result of this tournament at the moment, George Harmon shaking, baking, Toru Mariaraki, it's 4! This is unbelievable. The Cook Islands are running Macau ragged. George Harmon, quite the run that set up Toru Mariariki, and he just powers it through home, and Fai, who has plenty of questions to answer. This is unbelievable. The Cook Islands with 4 goals in 7 shots on .77 XG have blown Macau off the mark. The same nation that actually had a chance to go through in the knockouts, granted a small one, at the start of the day. Well, that is seriously no longer the case. And the Cook Islands, one of the smallest national teams in the world, a nation of 17,000, way out in the Pacific, have produced a national team that can show up at the worst World Cup and take a 4-0 lead over Macau at halftime. It is an unbelievable performance from Cook Islands, and Macau bettors are in shock. Kam Chi-hu. Oh, what a save! What a save by Elikana. Kam Chi-hu can't believe that's been saved. But he'll have to trot over to take the corner. And you can imagine the conversations in the Macau locker room. A team that had an outside chance at this to make it to the knockout stages, that drew against Timor-Leste, who have topped the group. But Cook Islands, who lost to Timor-Leste 7-0, are winning 4-0. Chong Oi-son, Choi King-song. It's gone towards the middle. Pong Shi-hong, no. And Tonga Takino makes sure of it. Harmon. Ali Kahim wins it back for Macau. Lee Kaho, Pong Shi-hong the target. Sakai says no. And Elikana lofts it up. Gawa King. There's just no quality in the final third. They finally find it. Long Ka-seng uncorks one. And we might have a little bit of game on here. Lam Ka-seng trying to inspire the comeback. The nerves jangling a bit for Cook Islands, and what would be a huge result for them. A 30-yard screamer by Elikana from La Ka-seng. that keeps it alive for Macau, and they're right on it again. Pong Shi-hong. Pong Shi-hong onto Ho Ka-seng, but Me Joseph there to disrupt for Cook Islands, and George Harmon, the captain, trying to inspire something. Oh, catastrophe here. Ho Ka-seng hits the post, and Kawate gets rid of it. This is a near-run thing for Cook Islands now. Pong Shi-hong is in. He's behind. He's scored, is he on? I believe he is. Oh, no. Cook Islands' dreamland is deteriorating, and the most nerve-wracking 3-goal lead you've ever seen has melted to 2. Pong Shi-hong has scored for Macau, and Cook Islands' famous 4-0 halftime lead is in peril, because Macau is finally showing that quality we knew they had from their opening 2 performances. 20 minutes left to play, though. Cook Islands are hanging tight to that win, and to their credit, after a flurry of goals, the Cook Islands have slowed things down. Harmon, Tagatakino nearly adding a second to his tally. But Macau, with that quick explosion, they've not done anything else. Cook Islands is holding on to it. They've got a free kick. Will he go for goal here? It's Tairi. He's not done much today. From some way out. Tairi on the run-up, hits it. Oh! Nearly something special, but this is the day for the Cook Islands, who are almost comfortable. Gawa King, Lee Kaho, Me Joseph, sweeping it up from behind Elikana. Lee Shikong, Atu Putere, in Koayatu. Now Macau, Shong Shiling, Shong Kinsung, Tonga Takino, Elikana lets it roll by with a dive for the cameras. And Cook Islands, the nation in the middle of the Pacific Ocean of 17,000 people, with a stunning 4-goal avalanche, have 3 points and a win at the worst World Cup in the bag. A catastrophe for Macau, who, despite drawing the group winners, are going to bow out in last place. This is what the worst World Cup is all about. What a performance from Cook Islands that nobody thought possible. Cook Islands have won 4-2. One for the ages for the 17,000 strong island nation. And they are certainly not in the category of worst teams at this World Cup. They have avoided that roundly. And what an effort to do so. I am so proud of the Cook Islands, man. What a win. East Timor tops the group, Liechtenstein second, Cook Islands third, and Macau fourth. Cook Islands do not become one of the inglorious teams on 0 points, which Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and American Samoa are right now. Brunei, Darussalam trying not to join those ranks. East Timor, Liechtenstein are through. Europe guarantees 1 participant in the knockouts. And that brings us to Fiji, Vanuatu, Anguilla, and Brunei. I believe our first match is going to be Anguilla and Brunei. Anguilla is the team that has the fewest, the lowest population of any team here, just 15,000 people from Anguilla. And they, if I may, they are on 3 points. They beat Vanuatu 1-0, but lost to Fiji 2-0. Anguilla needs a win and likely a significant Fiji win to go through. Brunei is playing to not finish on 0 points. Brunei's lost to Fiji 3-0 and Vanuatu 4-1 so far at this tournament. Brunei, Darussalam, the Wasps, 437,000 strong. There is no nickname for the Anguilla national team, by the way. Anguilla, the Caribbean nation that do have a win over Vanuatu and then a loss to Fiji. A win from Anguilla would put a lot of weird pressure on that other match. Vanuatu would have to win. If Anguilla wins, Vanuatu has to win. And then we end up with a three-way tie. Yeah, this World Cup, no, we created a database of the worst World Cup where you qualify by being the worst, and we invert the qualification spaces. So Asia's the worst continent. They get the most teams because Oceania literally doesn't have enough teams for us to give them 14 spots. And then we give Oceania the next most spots. They got 6 teams in. And then Africa got 5. CONCACAF got 5, or like 4. And then I think CONCACAF might have gotten the 5, and then Africa got the 4, and then Europe got the 3. That was it, yeah. Up the Wasps are back in Brunei. How's the prediction going? Anguilla's got 64%. Brunei's got 8%. Remember, Anguilla, there's no way these guys have a ton of talent. We lost to Oman. I mean, honestly, Oman finished 1 point behind Australia in World Cup qualifying. Oman is really not a pushover. I mean, I know nobody, like, Oman, like, a whole team plays in the Middle East, so we don't know how good they are, but in qualifying, they finished a point behind Australia. So Belarus losing to Oman, I wouldn't color as a surprise at all. And that's not necessarily an offense to Belarus. It's just Oman's really competent. Belarus is not bad enough. No, the 3 European teams are San Marino, Gibraltar, and Liechtenstein. And Gibraltar and San Marino are already out. Liechtenstein's the only team that made it out of the groups. All right, Clive, take it away. Our final group stage of action at this worst World Cup. Anguilla against Brunei, who could theoretically go through, but they need a big win in this match today. And what they're trying to avoid is joining Bhutan, American Samoa, and Sri Lanka as 0-point teams at this worst World Cup. Cook Islands very heroically found themselves out of that group and away from the conversation of the worst teams at this tournament. Brunei Darussalam trying to do the same. The island nation of 15,000 of Anguilla is trying to get itself in the knockouts. With a win, it's very likely in the knockouts, unless Vanuatu also finds a win of not too many goals in their match against Fiji, which is an oceanic derby. Now, if Brunei wins, then all Vanuatu needs is a draw, and same with Fiji. If Anguilla gets a draw, then Vanuatu needs a draw to go through. Those are the situations, and my goodness, have we wind-sprinted the first half here between Anguilla and Brunei. But Anguilla's got a set piece. Smines to Guichard. And it is always going over the goal of Nyaring. It's halftime. Blink in its halftime between Anguilla and Brunei Darussalam. Surely Anguilla not blowing out Brunei, but they've had more of the shots, more of the chances in that first half, which is a disappointment to the Asian nation that needs to win by a barrel of goals to have a chance. Fedku for Anguilla. On towards Lake. Oh, big goal! Big goal for Anguilla! Tyreek Lake has scored, and that puts huge pressure on Vanuatu. A big goal for Anguilla, thanks to Tyreek Lake. There's not been much in this match, but that is the moment for Anguilla. Brunei Darussalam is in line for 0 points. Anguilla trying to put some icing on this cake. And any goal would help Anguilla's case. Goal difference so important. But the win, the most important thing, and that's what Anguilla's trying to put in its pocket. What a performance at this World Cup from Anguilla. A nation of 15,000 people that's looking at 6 points. This could be huge. It's Tyreek Lake to add a second goal for Anguilla. Lake, oh. It's a run idea from Tyreek Lake. But he's gone wide, and it's a gutless performance from Brunei Darussalam. They never created a single highlight in this entire match. And Anguilla have won and finish on 6 points. How is Anguilla on 6 points at this worst World Cup? It's brutal for Brunei Darussalam. who never really got going at this tournament, and they have been sent home by Anguilla with 0 points to their name. Tyreek Lake with the goal for Anguilla that has put incredible pressure on Vanuatu in particular. And now Fiji as well is not comfortable because that win for Anguilla puts them at 0 goal difference and 6 points. A win for Vanuatu would put Vanuatu at +3 and Fiji at +4. So a win for Vanuatu is the only situation in which Anguilla does not go to the knockouts, which would be incredibly harsh, given the fact that Anguilla has 6 points in the group stage. Now, Fiji are the favored team, while Vanuatu, they've lost to Anguilla, and they have won against Brunei Darussalam. The wagers are coming in now. Fiji at 52%, Vanuatu at 39% to win, 10% on draw. And who you think would be the favored team? This is a moment now for Fiji to seize. A win or a draw gives Fiji the top of the group. A multi-goal win could put Vanuatu top of the group and Fiji second and eliminate Anguilla. But the Fijians certainly look like the safe team. If they can avoid a massive defeat to Vanuatu, they would be going through in this position. A check-in on the Channel Point predictions has 46% on Fiji, 40% on Vanuatu, and 13% on draw between these two teams. A draw would not be enough. Vanuatu has to go for this. They have to win. Our final group stage match at the worst World Cup. Fiji and Vanuatu. The Fijians, a win or a draw, they're through. A win for Vanuatu, and they are through. Anguilla right now occupying the second position in the group with 6 points and a 0 goal difference, thanks to Tyreek Lake. A really surprising result over Brunei, who was supposed to be much more competitive in this group, but have bowed out on 0 points. Vanuatu in the yellow, Fiji in the blue. Shivam Naidu to Joseph as Fiji tries to join the 9-point club and eliminate Vanuatu in the process. Alam. Kick back towards Kaltuk and Kalo and Tungis. In Timatua. Timatua for Vanuatu. Up towards Tungis! And the hearts are in mouths for everybody in Anguilla every time Vanuatu goes forward, because a goal for Vanuatu would eliminate Anguilla and put Vanuatu up in their place. Wilkins sauntering round. What a ball for Tungis! And Vanuatu's done it! Kenzie Tungis has scored for Vanuatu. It's catastrophe for Anguilla, and they're not even on the field. And Fiji now are 1 goal away from being removed as top of the group team. Vanuatu with the goal after their defeat in their opening match. It's been quite the turnaround for Vanuatu. Rakula never got it quite right in his timing. But Tangi scoring the all-important goal. Fiji have looked the better side, supremely the better side throughout this match. 59% possession, 12 shots to 2. But it's Vanuatu that have the stunning goal. Anguilla begging for a Fijian answer, a Fijian reply. Wasasala. Ranavalu. Rakula. And all of Anguilla send Malakai Rakula a steak dinner. Because Malakai Rakula has done it for Fiji. Right on halftime. He kept his footing. Kalateng's save went right back to Malakai Rakula. And Fiji are back in a comfortable top of the group position, and they've put Anguilla through. A comeback for Fiji, but a chance for Vanuatu. Carlo to Tongis towards Aru! Oh, what a moment for Vanuatu! Was he offside? A VAR check for two nations. He was onside, and Cloud Aru's goal has put Vanuatu back in charge. Oh, I would not want to be from Anguilla right now, or Vanuatu. Both in and out by one goal. A goal from Fiji eliminates Vanuatu and brings Anguilla back in their place. Malachi Rakula, who's done it once before. The hesitation, great separation. Wasasala beaten to it by Kaloteng. And Kaloteng will restart. Perongalile, Rawaka, beaten to it. Oh my goodness! It's a red card for Rawaka, an unnecessary challenge from behind, and one more goal for Vanuatu would put them in probably top of the group. It's 20 shots to 3. Vanuatu, Carlo to Wilkins. Headed away. Timatua. Vanuatu cannot concede. Upper man. Oh my goodness me. It's heartbreaking Anguilla because Tongis has gone down and the foul is on Nabenu. And this goal, against all of the odds, could put Vanuatu top of their group. That's how big this penalty is. A goal from Carlo here would end Anguilla's hopes of going to the knockouts despite 6 points. Carlo from the spot. Carlo scores right down the middle for Vanuatu. And Vanuatu has taken a shocking 3-1 lead. Anguilla is certainly toast unless Fiji has 2 goals a man down. Those 2 goals would take Vanuatu from top of the group to bottom of the group. It's 3 teams on 6 points right now. Thomas, Jesse Kolopong. Tongis is in. Tongis is in. He can ice this. Andre Batik! And it will be Vanuatu. Unbelievable. They've hardly had a look at goal the whole game and they've scored 4 times. Andre Bartik, Tongis really keeping his nerve. Does so well to get it to Andre Bartik. And Anguilla, the smallest nation at this World Cup, so cruelly done. Put 6 points together and it's not enough. Vanuatu top the group. Fiji into second. And Anguilla is out. Vanuatu, 6 shots, 4 goals. Fiji well and truly FM'd. And Anguilla well and truly FM'd. What a performance from Vanuatu. And they are going to the knockout stages at this worst World Cup. Well, that sucks for Anguilla, because Anguilla making the knockouts would have been one of the craziest things ever. 15,000 people, they found a way to win 2 games. They beat Vanuatu, who just won the group, but Vanuatu cinches the spot, Fiji in second, and that means Vanuatu plays Liechtenstein, Fiji plays East Timor, and what will be a great match. Oh, yeah, I'd say F's in the chat for Anguilla. It is 6 points is the most points you can possibly have while getting eliminated. 7 guarantees that you go through. So yeah, in a group stage, 6 points is the most you can possibly have and go home. And for the smallest country here to get that and go home, that's an. I mean, I'm gonna type an F in the chat for that. Even if you're tabbed out, you're watching on a TV, get your phone up and put an F in the chat for Anguilla. I feel so bad for Anguilla. Oh man, Anguilla, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But our knockouts are set, chap. The knockout stage is set. I just gotta hit continue one more time. And the knockout stage is ready. We'll go look at it right now. The last 16 teams at this tournament. The first knockout round. And the tree. We don't have a tree? Okay, we're just winging it. Fair enough. When do the matches start? Oh, the 3rd. Okay, so we should definitely attend these matches. I'm gonna do that. There. All right, cool. And then Isle, the editor's gonna get the rest of them. Knockouts, right. So the first day of matches, Laos, Pakistan, Djibouti, Somalia. The knockouts, freaking, I mean, there's so many great matches here. Laos, Pakistan, Djibouti, Somalia, Nepal, Singapore, Cambodia, Mongolia. We've got the all-Asian section here. British Virgin Islands, Bangladesh, Vanuatu, Liechtenstein, East Timor, Fiji, Indonesia, and Seychelles. I mean, Indonesia's going to be a huge prohibitive favorite in that match. Pakistan and Laos. Pakistan finished second in their group. They finished on 5 points, 2 draws with Eritrea and Cambodia, and a win over the USVI. And then Laos won their group with wins over San Marino and Tonga, but they drew Mongolia in their final match. Who knows, right? This is like restarting the weirdness all over again. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Here's the 0-point group, right, in our tournament determining the worst team. Bhutan, Sri Lanka, American Samoa takes the cake. I mean, they had a minus 26 goal difference. And Brunei, Darussalam are the 4 teams that finished without a point at this tournament, which is worthy of condemnation, I believe. Out of the group stage, Ezra Walian had 10 goals, Mutsinho had 9, and Mahabey of Djibouti had 5. He's actually checking in next. Mutsinho's 8.97 is the highest rating of anybody at this tournament, and Liam Walker's 4 assists from Gibraltar actually leads the tournament right now. The only player with 3 clean sheets is Mohamed Arido from Indonesia. But Indonesia, of course, drew their first match 0-0 with Gibraltar, so. Yes, the minus 26 goal difference in 3 games. 8-0 to Gibraltar, 7-1 to Bangladesh, 12-0 to Indonesia. In a game that really broke their back. After Indonesia had drawn Gibraltar, by the way. This is not an Indonesian team that's, like, overpowered here. Severed save for the end of the groups. Yeah, sure. World Cup knockouts. Spelled exactly correctly, and I won't hear anything else. All right. First match. Laos, Pakistan. Just the first match. All right, get your picks in. Pakistan and Laos, neither is lost at this tournament. Pakistan with the win over the U.S. Virgin Islands and a couple draws. Laos with the wins over the 2 teams that didn't qualify from their group and a draw against Mongolia to see themselves through on 7 points. Ooh, we got 61% on Pakistan here. The biggest wager, 38,000 channel points from Starhopper on Pakistan, where Portuguese Cuttlefish dropped 11,000 on Laos.
After the gender reveal, the Southern
CTM,
couple picked
nice.
out the name Jane Allison for their little girl. They also picked a boy's name Justin Casey.
I go with a C+ on that one, Morian. Still love you. Thank you for the 13 months. Schmiebert, thank you for the tier 1 as part of the Hammers. Thank you, guys. Laos were the betting favorites, so we'll let Clive take it away from here. This is a special moment, something that's never happened before. Both teams remaining unchanged. Laos and Pakistan, the opening knockout match at this, such a special tournament, the worst World Cup. The knockout stages begin. The highlight green of Pakistan and the deep red of Laos. We are underway. The Flying Khans with a set piece. Holds Ahmed And away, Kioam, Duong Maiti, who's got 5 goals from the group stage. He's one of the Golden Boot contenders. Can he take something from Pakistan here? Duong Maiti's got Kioanam! And Laos! They've upset the apple cart! Kionam with a precision counter-attack and pretty shambolic defending from Pakistan. Kionam tucks the ball home. 1-0 to Laos, and Pakistan, one of the biggest nations in the world, they've had the gauntlet thrown down. Finally, with pride in their national team, they won their opening match 4-2, but a couple of draws have stymied the hype train, and now Duong Maiti trying to stymie it further. Big save from Hussain. Necessary save from Hussain to keep Pakistan alive. They're looking shaky early, though. This Laos team is playing at a very high level in these opening 7 minutes. And Duong Maiti is such a real problem for his opponents. Laos with the 1-0 lead. Duong Maiti with the assist. Those centre-backs have to stay wary of Duong Maiti. Saddam Hussein, the captain and conspicuously named midfielder for this team, getting this attack started. Fahim! Pakistan, there's no more scenarios anymore. This is the knockouts. You have to win to advance. And those quarterfinals are beckoning for just one team. And right now, the group winners and favourites, Laos, have it in their hands. But many backed Pakistan as an upset. So much so they really aren't that much of an upset if they pull the result here. Duong Maiti, Riaz beats him to it. Wayne Vongsuth. Fatfakadi. Now headed to Iqbal Ahmed. Is there something forward for Mansour Khan? There isn't. Pet Pakadi up to Duong Maiti! Oh, saved by Hussain! Oh, Jay Williams, thank you for the year. Congratulations on your golden bacon. What a save for Hussain. And he continues to control his area as well. Pakistan need to wake up, though. They've been roundly beaten by Laos in the opening 30 minutes. A team that has not lost at this tournament, Pakistan. Towards Fahim. Oh, save. Namakov from nothing to everything for Laos. That header was very good from Pakistan. One Longvonsath, Pet Pakadi, Hanavila, Von Vonsoth has got Kioanam. Kioanam charging forward, and a real miss hit from the goal scorer for Laos that lets Pakistan off the hook, but Pakistan need a goal. Mansour Khan towards Mahood. And Wanvansoth, the counter was where Laos was able to score last time. And Wanvansoth exploding forward will have a go. And it is well wide, but this is not it from Pakistan right now. They've made it to the knockouts. This is an accomplishment already for these two national teams to get out of the group stage of the worst World Cup and contend. Laos trying to make it even bigger. Sinvani! Somleaf Singvani for all of Laos! What a moment for Somleaf Singvani! It was a rather mundane ball in, but Somleaf Singvani attacked it with the vim and the vigour necessary to put Pakistan on life support. Iqbal down for Khan. Now Iqbal, they need something offensively, and they need it quickly, and Mansour Khan has been perilously quiet. Ahmed, looking for Mansour Khan, he's got him now! Mansour Khan! Huge goal! They are not dead yet. Mansour Khan has scored for Pakistan. Well controlled, and that's quite a finish from Mansour Khan. It was Ahmed who played the teasing ball, and Khan had worked himself just onside. Great first touch as well. Pakistan down 2-1. They're alive. Laos holding the lead for 15 more minutes is all the Southeast Asians need to do. The Laotians can smell the quarterfinals now. Pakistan needs a goal. Will they find it? 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Laos, with a masterclass in killing off the game, have killed off Pakistan in the process. It's Laos 2, Pakistan 1 at the worst World Cup. Oh me, oh my. And one of the favorites, one of the crowd favorites, Pakistan, with their excellent highlighter kits, has been eliminated by Laos 2-1. A tragedy for Pakistan. Hey, Carter Spurgeon, thank you for the 19 months. Almost as high as I can count. Dude, respect. That's way up there. Rest in peace to a real one. They captivated a team that we all thought was going to be terrible that actually came out and didn't lose in the group. But they're out now. Laos is into the quarterfinal with a 2-1 win over Pakistan. Keohanam and Singvani sending through to the quarterfinals. How about Djibouti and Somalia? For those that don't know, I would imagine that this match has some significance. Not only has it randomly become the match that we now have, because Djibouti won their group and Somalia finished second in their group, but if you look at a map, all right, you look at a map, which I'm pulling up right now. These two countries share a border. This is Somalia, right here with the interpretive border they have with Ethiopia. And this is Djibouti, right here. A lot of history. They're both part of the old world and part of that kind of Red Sea, Horn of Africa area right next to each other. It's Djibouti and Somalia, our next knockout match at this, the special tournament of special tournaments, the worst World Cup. Djibouti, Somalia, and who's the prediction on? It's huge on Djibouti. It's 76% for the group winners, Djibouti. Somalia, 28%. We have a 26K bet from SB7. 12K from what is Mobek over there as well. Isn't that Somaliland? Yeah, the country that nobody recognizes that's technically that part of Somalia, yes. But also Somalia's, you know, that's technically the Somalia border, so. Fair, I wouldn't go that deep. Check if they're rivals on FM. They might be. Yeah, they are. They are rivals on FM. Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Somalia are the rivals for Les Rakhines, where Somalia, the Ocean Stars, they don't have any rival nations, allegedly. But Djibouti's rival nation is Somalia. So this is a derby. This is a grudge match derby at the worst World Cup knockout stages. Djibouti won their group. They get the right to play Somalia as a result. Can they take care of business? I like how they're Djibouti's rival, but Somalia doesn't have any rivals, apparently. Somalia is in a league of its own, chat. They are in a league of their own. All right, Clive, take it away, brother. Djibouti and Somalia. After Laos has beaten Pakistan 2-1 earlier today, we look to continue to whittle down our field of the worst World Cup contestants Somalia on 6 points from their group with wins over Guam and Turks and Caicos. Djibouti, winners of their group with 3 wins from 3. This is a Horn of Africa derby. 2 nations that are always linked in every cultural and historical way that will be dueling for the ultimate set of bragging rights. Djibouti is in the green, Somalia in the blue. Djibouti heavy betting favourites based off their surprise dominant performance in the group stage. Yabe. Farada, who's got the armband on today, captaining his nation. Mohammed. Abdullahi. Hassan. Yabe. Abdullahi, where are they building this towards now? Yabe wide. Will take his man on. Abdullahi has roomed across. He's got a Labe. It was well worked by Djibouti. The first real good-looking play from either side. As Djibouti's stunning 3 wins from 3 in the group stage all means nothing if they can't beat rival Somalia in the round of 16. 2 of Africa's 3 representatives at this level of the competition. Seychelles is the other one. They'll be going up against Indonesia. And we've had a tight opening 40 minutes, as is often the case in these knockout matches. Djibouti and Somalia, absolutely nothing to separate them thus far. 4 shots in the entire game. Djibouti's had all of the ball, though. 76% possession for Djibouti so far. But Somalia has gotten its shots away in the counter-attacking play. Actually outshot Djibouti 7-2 as we continue to play a very tight, cagey affair between these 2 rivals. 5 yellow cards, 6 now between them, 4 to Somalia. As extra time is beckoning, chat, and oh, don't you want extra time or maybe something special very late on. Bonekonkuye collects. Neither goalkeeper's been particularly busy today, and Djibouti, as is custom, given the space to play out from the back. A goal now would make a hero of someone. Mahabe, taken down by Gessi. Oh, he's on a yellow, and he's run out of time. Hassan Abdinur Gessi, sent off by Abdoulaye Doumbia. And that could add some colour to extra time, as Djibouti is now up a player with seconds to go before extra time arrives. Roble up towards Mahabe. Oh my goodness, Mahabe! Saved by Ali, he got fingers on that. It's the best chance of the match for either side. The nerves flaring up for Somalia as Mahabe nearly won it in a walk-off fashion. Migame shoots and Ali, safe hands from a goalkeeper that has been much maligned, and that brings us to extra time. You can feel the energy on the Djibouti side. They know the extra man for an extra 30 minutes could make all the difference. Will we see it actually come to bear for the side that has controlled the match for so much? Kale for Somalia. Surely Somalia is not going to steal a goal down a man in extra time. Surely not. Mohammed for Ahmed. Palpable tension between these rival nations. Amin will have a go! And that raised the heart rate for both sides. Djibouti seem to be wasting this chance up a man in extra time. They've gone with a 4-2-3-1. They've stuck with it, while Somalia very narrow up the middle. The space is out wide. Amin, the Somalian captain, defended by Bartio. It's a bad giveaway by Amin, the captain. Migame with a running ball. This could be it. Abdullahi, he's in behind! Ali saves! Abdullahi creating his own nightmare. Ali made the save, and we are going to penalties. Djibouti and Somalia inseparable over more than 120 minutes of play, and we have our first penalty shootout. Somalia and Djibouti Rivals to be settled in the cruelest of ways. They've assembled their penalty-taking lineups, and the first man to take it is Faisal Hassan-Hashi of Somalia, their leading goal scorer. And somebody needs to find the goalkeeper, who's taking his sweet times, bit of gamesmanship from Bonan Hankuye. This is the first match Djibouti has not won outright in 90 minutes. Bonan Hankuye taking his time. Oh, Faisal Hassan-Hashi getting in his way a bit. Bit of animosity between the two as Bonan Hankuye is in goal. Hassan-Hashi saved! Oh, it is fabulous housery from Bonan Hankuye. The mind games are elite, and the first penalty is a miss. Mahabe now to give Djibouti the advantage. Ali is in goal. Mahabe from the spot, saved! Oh, what a match this has been for Ali. Huge saves in regulation, and he stuffs Mahabe. And now it's 0-0 to the second round of penalties. It's Hussein for Somalia against Bonan Hankuye. Oh, it's cheeky. It is cheeky from Hussein. Bonan Hankuye thought he was going to the right. He chipped it back to the left, and Bonan Hankuye folded into the middle. Now it's Ali, who's been immense for Somalia against Hassan of Djibouti, who has to score. And he does. He makes it 1-1. The penalty's apparently not popping up. See if we can reload this. We can't, I don't think. I think the whole scoreboard is kind of wigged out right now. I was hoping that would reset it, but it did not. So we'll keep track of it. It is 1-1 on the third penalty, and Haji at the spot against Bonan Hankuye, and that is well taken by Haji. And Bonan Hankuye, who really thought he had it beaten. He thought he'd won the mind games, is now losing them. Migame to try to tie this at 2. It's saved! It's saved by Ali! And Ali is the Somali hero. And that makes it 2-1 Somalia to the fourth penalty, and Hassan can put Somalia up 3-1. Bonan Hankuye needs a save. Hassan scores it. Well done. And Hassan has put Somalia in the perfect position. Abu Bakr has to score for Djibouti. This would be so cruel. They won every match in the group stage. They were the favorite. They were up a man. They missed their chances, and now Abu Bakr needs to take his. He does. That was a clean penalty. The Ocean Stars, though, of Somalia, a nation of 20 million in need of hope, are one penalty away from the quarterfinals of the worst World Cup. Ahmed to take. It's saved! It's saved by Bonan Hankuye! Oh, you could not write this! Bonan Hankuye has saved it and held it. And Roble has to score, and then it's 3-3, going to a sixth penalty. Roble, quickly, what a penalty! 3-3 in the penalty shootout, and we go to a sixth penalty taker. That was a brilliant penalty that Djibouti had to score. Bonan Hankuye, when he needed to save it, he did. And Somalia had taken a penalty to win. Now it's Amin, the captain. Man, oh, it's saved again! Oh, Bonan Hankuye, build him a statue! Make him the president! A third penalty save, and now Ali has to save it. Sixth round of penalties, it's 3-3 Djibouti, the last take. Abdullahi. Oh, what's happened? Djibouti are going to the quarterfinals over Somalia. And Ali with an inexplicable misplay. It's unbelievable. Abdullahi scored. They needed 3 things to go their way. Abu Bakr and Robles penalties and Ahmed to miss. They all happened. And the penalty shootout is 4-3 after 6 takes. The captain Amin missing the final crucial penalty for Somalia. And the Somali national team, they've done their nation proud. They survived a man down for all of extra time. And the top performer was still Awais Ali, but he'll tell you he should have saved that final penalty. Djibouti have gone through to the quarterfinals of the worst World Cup over Somalia in wild, if not wonderful fashion. Oh my. I have no idea what happened to the goalkeeper there, but it did definitely happen, Chad. Djibouti is through. They have still won every match they've played. An unbelievable tournament from Djibouti. And the quarterfinals await. I mean, they're not playing Laos. No, the way it, like, rejumbles. I am weirded out that we can't see a tree. It might just redraw in the quarterfinals. I don't know how Matza set it up exactly. All right, Nepal and Singapore, Cambodia and Mongolia. So the first match is Nepal-Singapore. Background on these teams so that you can wager appropriately. Nepal is here. Nepal won the group over Somalia. They beat Somalia, Turks, and Caicos and Guam. They did it 4-0 over Guam, 3-1 over Somalia, 4-2 over Turks and Caicos. Very complete performance from Nepal. They're going up against Singapore, who did beat Bhutan in the Bahamas, but lost to Djibouti 3-2 in what was kind of a wild game. But Singapore did enough to get themselves here. So Singapore against Nepal. And then the other match is Mongolia, who drew San Marino and Laos and beat Tonga. They're really not a high-scoring team. Scored 2 goals the whole time, but only allowed 1 goal. Against Cambodia, who beat U.S. Virgin Islands 5-0, Eritrea 1-0, and drew Pakistan 1-1. So those are the matches that we have today. Got to get it saved up and then actually get to the matches itself. Nepal and Singapore is first. Djibouti was a 64% wagering favorite at that point, so that's pretty good for the chat overall. Which teams are still alive? There's a lot of fun teams alive. Unfortunately, Anguilla was eliminated on goal difference, so that would have been fun. Kois, thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome to the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon. Make sure you get in the subsection of the Discord. Enjoy being part of an elite online gaming community. There's the prediction. Took a sec. Now we have Singapore and Nepal is up. Now, Nepal won all 3 of their group stage matches. Singapore, of course, lost 1 of theirs. The Nepalese are one of those 9-point teams from the group stage. Singapore was a very sound defensive team. They pitched 2 clean sheets, which is kind of rare in this tournament. Tuvalu does not have a FIFA-recognized team, so they're not in this tournament. You have to be in FIFA to be in this tournament. Ooh, Twitch DVR cancels the Gathering of Bacon. Well, there's no need to Twitch DVR if we're not doing a watch-along, so might as well turn it off, brother. Do we have any nicknames? Nepal or the Gorkhalis? Nice. The Gorkhalis versus the Lions. Well, are the Lions in Singapore? Now, my curiosity is going to get the better of me here, and I want to know what this means. What does Gorkhali mean? It's the official language of Nepal. A member of the Rajput people, Hindu and religion, who achieved dominion over Nepal in the 18th century. It's like the people, the cultural group, basically, or the Gorkhalis. Kind of. A Gorkhali is a single individual in the Rajput people, apparently. Learn something new every day. All right. Showtime. Nepal and Singapore, day 2. We've already had so much drama from day 1. The penalty shootout into extra takers between Nepal and freaking Djibouti and Somalia. Djibouti advancing after being up against the wall. And Laos surviving a late comeback from Pakistan to advance 2-1. We have an all-Asian matchup. Nepal and Singapore. Nepal have won all 9 of the available points. Singapore have grabbed 6 from the group stage. Teams that have grown used to winning. Nepal in the blue. Singapore is in the red. And will the city-state be able to beat the tallest nation in the world in terms of elevation? Nepal. The Himalayan giants. Anua slipping through! Oh, an early salvo from Singapore! Anua! Shawal Anua makes it 1-0. Tamong's header left something to be desired. Haroun did so well, and Gabriel Kwak with a perfect ball up to Anua. There's no reaction time off the back line for Kaki in the Nepalese goal. And Nepal, who won all 3 of their group stage matches by multiple goals, have not been in this position before in this tournament. Kadka, Tamong, Ahmad Nazari. In Singapore, we trust. Vargs is on the train. Thank you for the 18 months. Anu Mathan and Van Wees and his Singapore have immediately grabbed control of the ball again. Haroun trying to really do something surprising here as a second-place team from their group, Singapore. Tamong, Shund, up towards Tamong, Van Weesen, Anumanthan, Suzliman, and Anumanthan back for Hamza, and this is troubling. Oh, it's Haroun! What a finish! It's a precision strike from Haris Haroun, and Nepal have been smacked. Singapore, a sailing start. Scored 3 goals in their 2 wins combined, and have 2 goals in 6 minutes against Nepal. Haris Haroun with a brilliant finish. And Singapore can see a quarter-final berth. Nepal need goals. They've produced those in bunches this whole tournament, and they've found absolutely nothing so far. Kadka towards the back post. Bista, Anumathan, Tamong headed along towards Bandari. Tamong, got all of that ball, but it just kept rising over the crossbar for Tamong. But Singapore, they've exhibited quite the control over this game. They've possessed the ball. They've not let that free-flowing Nepalese attack get loose. Gabriel Kawak, the target. Arifin, Ahmad Nazari. Mahajan was there. Tamong forced into a nervy clearance. And this is all Singapore right now. Shand, Mahajan, Gabriel Kwok, Ahmad Nazari, Sanizol, Anua. He couldn't read it. It hit him right in the back of the head. Now Gati Magar. Might that have sprung something for Nepal? Bista, Mahajan, there's space here. Up to Tamong. Surely! Oh my goodness! It's an unbelievable, unbearable miss for Nepal. An utterly unbearable miss on halftime for a Nepalese team that desperately needed a goal to hang their hat on and mount the comeback. That was so well worked, and then it was a miraculous miss, given the circumstances. Ahmad Nazari, Harun, Sunnyzol, they're moving the ball around well enough, and Anwar has sprung free. It's a long ball, Anwar is alone, and he scored a third goal for Singapore. Real questions to be asked of the match engine on this one. Singapore with a third, Tamang just aloof as Anwar goes flying ahead, and at the end of the play, Tamang is the fourth closest to the player. But Singapore have played their best match of this tournament by some distance. Long ball now, they need to get going. Gati Magar, one of the leading scorers of this tournament. Oh! Right idea, outside of the foot, into the roof of the net, but it did not work for Gati Magar. And Nepal's incredible tournament, 3 wins from 3 in the group stage, has just faded away. Ahmad Nazari, Rai, ball, Ahmad Nazari again, deep ball, and Karki's there, and Anwar! Tamang recovered. Bit of a scramble play for Nepal to keep a very slim hope alive that they can come back in this match. They've shown they can create chances. They've been too few and too far between, and they've not taken them when they've arrived. Right, up towards Chund and Shrestha. Oh, slippery ball for Tamang. It's well done to break the press now. Chund, a hopeful ball forward that they might have been able to do without Anwar. He's left Tamang for dead again and forced a save out of Karki. That was sound for Nepal, but they just haven't been able to deal with Anwar in this entire game. And Singapore really not a factor in the group stage, not considered a real threat in this tournament based off their performances. They've awakened here. Ahmad Nazari, Gabriel Kuwak. Gonna loft this one. Yazid's all alone. What a goal from Akram Rifki Yazid. I mean, that is brilliant. Akram Rifki Yazid just juggling and volleying and scoring a fabulous goal for Singapore. Nepal absolutely shell-shocked. Anumanthan was trying to make it 5 there for Singapore. There's nothing in the previous results that would have indicated this was how this match was going to go. But Nepal have been flummoxed and bamboozled by Singapore and by Anwar, who's in again. Anwar has been prolific, and he should have had another goal. Karki took away most of his options, but Anwar has been the difference-making player for Singapore. Gati Magar has been so good at this tournament. He's in, and he missed again. And that tells the story for Nepal. Gati Magar needed a bigger day, and he just keeps missing the goal. Nepal, head in hands, shock and awe in Kathmandu as Singapore has risen to the occasion in the knockout stages and thumped Nepal 4-0. A humiliating defeat for a team that won its group. Rather handily, they've been brushed aside. And all of a sudden, Singapore is one of the last 8 teams left. I don't think anybody saw that coming. The 2 early goals, I think Nepal just fell apart mentally, honestly, in that game. 2 early goals, they never recovered. Now we have Cambodia against Mongolia, which if we look at the groups here, Mongolia finishing second, of course, with the 2 draws, the 1 win. And then Cambodia won the group, beating the U.S. Virgin Islands and Eritrea, and then drawing Pakistan. So let's get our predictions rocking and rolling. Cambodia, Mongolia. Southeast Asia against Central Asia. Throw your bacon down. Who's going through to the quarterfinals? Taunton stream tomorrow. We return to Taunton tomorrow. Taunton, brother. Taunton, brother. Yeah, we return to Taunton Town tomorrow. Is it the Mongols, the fighting Genghis Khans? Or is it the Angkor Warriors of Cambodia? The Blue Wolves. I love that name. It's the Blue Wolves against the Angkor Warriors. Mongolia and Cambodia. Isn't Cambodia one of those countries that's just... it's 17 million, not really. I was going to say that's like stupidly populated. The Worst World Cup lends itself to amazing flags. It does. Who goes through? The predictions are 53% Mongolia, 47% to Cambodia. I see a big ol' 52,000 from Walls on Mongolia, big 36,000 from Starhopper on Cambodia. More 62 to 43. More people on Cambodia. More money on Mongolia right now. It's the way that it's situated. All right. Here we go. Mongolia and Cambodia at the Worst World Cup for a spot in the quarter-finals. They will be joining Laos, Djibouti, and the winners of our earlier match today, Singapore, who stunned Nepal. The Blue Wolves of Mongolia against the Angkor Warriors of Cambodia, who did win their group, but they only beat teams that did not go through. They ended with a draw against Pakistan, Oyun Batar for Mongolia. A team that did not score or allow many goals in the group stage, 2 draws from 3 and very little excitement in either direction. Shong Chontea, no, Batur cuts it out for Mongolia. And it's Bilgyun for the Blue Wolves. A header from Batur is over. Narenbold. It's cut out by Ook Savan, but Narenbold's kept the ball in the corner for Mongolia. He's played Bin Thierry, Proc Moniudom, Singh Chontea. He's so good with this position. He's got Sean Von Tanaka! And a goal for Cambodia through Sean Von Tanaka. Oh, yes, it's Singh Chontea to Sean Von Tanaka. We've seen this story before. Centre back up to win the ball. He hasn't, and Sean Von Tanaka holds his run and finishes wonderfully by Aryan Bold. Mongolia's conceded early. The first shot of the match for Cambodia, and now they're hunting for insurance. Sean Von Tanaka. Vatanaka, oh, he hit the post, and hit the post, Bin Thierry, off the line. Oh, I have a feeling this angle does this absolutely no justice here, as we'll look at this from behind the goal. Bin Thierry with a, oh, that is an unbelievable play from Turbut, the captain. Off the line, throwing himself in the way. That is superb captain's play. And the Angkor Warriors nearly doubling their lead if it wasn't for Turbut. Bilgun. This was deflected. Narenbold throwing himself at it. Dulgun, Soivisol. Dulgun again, Monk Erdene. But now Proc Moniudom trying to play his way through this midfield. Shengming, who is a wing-back in every sense. Soivisol to Proc Moniudom, who slipped in behind. Proc Moniudom! He went for it from some distance, and Aryan Bold felt he had that one covered for Mongolia, but there is a real energy, a real back and forth now. Cambodia with Bin Thierry, who thought he should have scored. He's played a good ball in. Oh, it hit the crossbar. Oh, straight into the woodwork. No ifs, ands, or buts, and right back into the fray, and Mongolia's got it clear. But Cambodia have turned up the heat. The Southeast Asian nation of Cambodia are putting the pressure on Mongolia. And the Mongols, who have controlled parts of this match, they've not created the same level of chances. Narenbold. It has been largely Cambodia, who deserve a 1-0 lead at this stage. The glancing header, Shinchontea going against Torabul. And that was a difficult chance that he did not take very well. Shinchontea. Mongolia have competed at such a high level in this tournament. They are not a team that is easily undone. They defend. They're a physical side. A nation that is known for its wrestling, fighting sports. Breeding proper athletes that can keep with Cambodia. Aryan Bold, he kicked it too far for everyone. Uk Savan eventually brings it under his spell and now looks for Shin Chuntea. Turbot back for Aryan Bold again. See if he can find a more accurate delivery. Aryan Bold. No, he cannot. And Shong Vatanaka wanted some of that. Bonjinyom gives it away again. Lots of takeaways for Cambodia. Bintiari, but Torbut's there. Oh my. Oh, this would be harsh. Oh, I don't even know what they would be calling here. It's Shin Chontea who is headed towards the goal. And they're going to give a penalty, and this feels incredibly harsh on Mongolia. Bruno Miranda has called, I believe, a pullback on the other defender. It's not on Torbut, who is in there making a play. It's the other challenge that's come in. It would be on Bilgun, the left back, and that is what has been called. And that leaves this to Sean Vantanaka to stretch Cambodia's lead. Sean Vantanaka, well taken. And Cambodia have their lead. Those deep pockets in Cambodia might be influencing the outcome. Bruno Miranda giving a penalty. And Cambodia stretches its lead to 2-0 from the penalty spot. And the issue for Mongolia is they just have not scored very much in this tournament. They have just one goal to their name. The offense has not been there, and it's not there today against Cambodia. If they concede twice, it's very unlikely they can pull it back. Gal Erdini, Prakmoniudom back in a defensive posturing. They've got everybody forward except the two centre-halves now, Mongolia. Dilgun has got the wing spot. Oh, in front! Oh, they needed it. Namsrai, they needed that one. It was a great ball from Dilgun, but that's it for Mongolia. Its tournament has run the course. Cambodia, the group winners and favourites as such, have advanced 2-0. And what must go down is a complete performance. They never looked too threatened by Mongolia until right there at the end. And they found their way into the quarterfinals of this tournament. Sad Mongolian noises. Hey, Mongolia made the knockouts. That was fun. Mongolia made the knockouts, but they have been eliminated. Scoring, literally, I think they scored one goal. Yeah. 2 goals. Sorry, they beat Tonga 1-0 and drew Laos 1-1, but they just didn't have the goals. They defended pretty well, but they just definitely didn't have the goals in this tournament. That's a shame. Nepal destroyed by Singapore. I mean, it's true. Big surprising result there. So Singapore, Cambodia, Laos, and Djibouti, the 4 teams in the quarterfinals so far. We now have... Oh, how good are the British Virgin Islands actually? Is the question that is now on everybody's mind. The team that won the mystery group was Seychelles, Samoa, and Sri Lanka. Won all 3 matches, 2 of them by multiple goals. Takes on Bangladesh, who comes from what many considered the group of death. They beat Gibraltar, they blew out American Samoa. So who's really gonna actually win this game? The group winners, British Virgin Islands, or Bangladesh, who finished second in the group. The Bengal Tigers, one of the biggest countries in the world, against the 30,000 people of the BVI, the Nature Boys, coached by Chris Kawomya. This is their moment. 164 million people against 30,000 in the round of 16 at the worst World Cup. The British Virgin Islands and Bangladesh. All right, I'm interested to see what we get in the predictions here. Bangladesh is definitely riding high. It's 78% of the predictions right now. But a lot of people are rolling with the BVI, just at significantly less bacon. The British Virgin Islands, the BVI, 30,000 people on a bunch of tiny rocks east of Puerto Rico against one of the biggest countries in the world, Bangladesh, who has announced itself at this tournament with their win over Gibraltar. Led by, Vladimir and Carlos Septis on the British Virgin Islands side. All down to this. You riding with the Nature Boys, you riding with the Bengal Tigers. 63% of the bacon's with the Bengal Tigers, but 20 more people have wagered with the Nature Boys. Clive, take it away. This is a David and Goliath story on paper. It's the British Virgin Islands, a shock group winner with 9 points from a possible 9, of course. And then Bangladesh, who beat Gibraltar and the American Samoa to find themselves here, but are coming off a rather round beating at the hands of Indonesia to put them in second in their group. 30,000 against 164 million. We are underway. British Virgin Islands in green, Bangladesh are in yellow. Can the Nature Boys of the BVI actually possibly do this? Rana brings it back. Jones, good header away from the British Virgin Islands defence. Ghosh driving ahead in front, and there's a goal. Rakib for Bangladesh to try and break Nature Boy spirits. And it is Bangladesh, who were one of the fan favourites at this tournament after their emphatic beginning 7-1 against American Samoa. Well, they're back to goal-scoring ways against the British Virgin Islands, who came from the group of mystery, along with Seychelles. No one's quite sure what to think of a team representing 30,000 people that won their group. But they are down 1-0, the British Virgin Islands, who have scored 2 goals in every game they've played in this tournament. Rakib charging forward. Rakib! Oh! That might have just iced this for Bangladesh. They've only got 2 shots to BVI's 1. This has not been a blowaway, even though Bangladesh got the early goal, and it was incredibly well worked. The British Virgin Islands are hanging around in this game, as they have a penchant to do. Bangladesh seeking that second goal for comfort. Hassan, deep ball for Ibrahim! And it's Mohamed Ibrahim for Bangladesh! He can keep on running, maybe straight to the quarterfinals. The startling story of the British Virgin Islands might finally be coming to a close. Ibrahim for Bangladesh to make it 2-0. The most goals the BVI has conceded in this tournament now. Williams, they need this one. And it wasn't a bad go from Williams, but it was oh so far away. 37 yards, graciously. The BVI just struggling to create real goal-scoring chances in this match. Jones, it's Milai Zoni, and it's watched wide by Guilford, who's had such a wonderful tournament for the BVI, but he hasn't come up with the big saves when they needed it in this match. The changes are coming. Forbes, Williams in for the BVI. Morton in for the BVI. The British Virgin Islands group winners. Down and nearly out now. Caesar. Bangladesh. Not a blowaway, not a blowout, but they are winning this. Rana. And it's found by Williams. That's a poor clearance, though. Mohamed Ibrahim back in towards Rana. Could have put them away for good, Rana. But he couldn't keep his header down. And we are going through now the final minutes of one of the great underdogs at this tournament, the British Virgin Islands. One of the widely considered one of the worst teams in the world that have shown that they are certainly not that at this tournament. Winning their group. Rahman, oh, one for the road for Mahbouba Rahman. And Bangladesh might be something to be reckoned with in the next round. It's GG's in the chat for British Virgin Islands stands and the BVI as a whole, the Nature Boys, who captured the imagination, are now capturing a plane ticket home. Bangladesh 3, British Virgin Islands 0. A complete, controlled knockout performance from Bangladesh to move to the quarterfinals against group-winning British Virgin Islands. One of our great underdog stories has been squished. Tragedy. But GG's, and thank you to the BVI for a stunning 3 wins in the group stage. I mean, actually, for a stunning 3. I have no idea how they ended up winning 3 games in the group stage. I would have picked them to finish last every time in that group. But the British Virgin Islands have done it. I mean, they didn't. They did end up losing. Bangladesh, congrats! Hello? What was that? Congrats! It showed like a modulation there for a second. Whatever. Liechtenstein, Vanuatu. So, Liechtenstein finished second in their group with wins over the Cook Islands and Macau, and then a loss to East Timor that they had the lead in and then fumbled. And Vanuatu were nearly eliminated. If they'd lost, Anguilla would have gone through. If Vanuatu had drawn, Anguilla would have gone through. But Vanuatu came out and shocked Fiji 4-1 in a match where Fiji got FM'd to the moon to put them down in second, which sets up a great match between East Timor and Fiji, who I think were the best teams in each of these groups. But Vanuatu finished top of the group. That means it's Vanuatu and Liechtenstein in a match that I have no idea who's supposed to win. Honestly, Liechtenstein's getting a significant amount of the vote, though, early on. Yeah, I have no idea. Vanuatu and Liechtenstein. Oceania, one of its 2 representatives in the knockouts against Europe's only representative in the knockouts. Does Vanuatu stand all too much of a chance as the group winners? Liechtenstein did not win their group, but Vanuatu won a weird group where 3 teams had 6 points, and they just happened to catch Fiji on a red card and pour on the goals to take the top of the group. Easy Liechtenstein W incoming. We will see. We will see. We will see. The predictions are done. I missed it. Didn't Liechtenstein, I don't know what they did in real life, but they're the only European team that got out of the groups at this tournament. Clive? Oh, this is a match between 2 confederations that desperately need more representation going forward. Europe's only knockout team, Liechtenstein, against Oceania's 1 of 2, Vanuatu, who won its group on 6 points and a +5 goal difference with a heroic performance against Fiji on the final match day that it needed to produce. Liechtenstein got really run up by East Timor after taking an early lead, but Liechtenstein's grabbed an early lead in every match it's played, and they're in those blue unis again, the blue and red, with Vanuatu in the yellow. Liechtenstein were the betting favourite in this game, despite Vanuatu being the league-topping team. Brunei. It's a loose pass. Is it European bias or will it come to pass? Carlo for Vanuatu. Charging ahead. Carlo to Timatua. Oh, great ball back in from Timatua! But the defense was there. Brunei got enough and it kicked up to Kind, who was all too happy to bring that one in. Liechtenstein is prized those early leads. Wari trying to give them another one. Very difficult header with Jesse Kolopung right on his hip, bothering him the whole way. But both teams with an early chance, and we might be treated to a rather open game. Frick. Awari. Aru. Timatua for Vanuatu. Streaking run for Timatua. Oh, that was quite the surprise hit. But Kind got there, if a bit late, to make the save for Liechtenstein. So much mystery about this game. Two teams that in no other circumstance would really ever find themselves on the same field at this worst World Cup. That is what we are treated to in the knockout stages. A spot in the quarterfinals is up for grabs. Thomas, that was loose from the captain. Heen. That was always optimistic for Simon Heen. And Vanuatu and Liechtenstein volleying back and forth as we hit half-time, trying to find a goal that will send their nation into raptures and into the quarterfinals of the worst World Cup. Brunat, Latunza, Goop. He's found his fellow Goop out wide. Burkhardt, Latunza. And Burkhardt now, the speculative ball that Carlo Tong was always going to get to. And Carlo Tong wants the long ball to restart. Tingis, who's the big star up top for Vanuatu, does enough. Timatua comes away with it. He's got Tingis making a run, pulls it back for Carlo. Kaitak has Tingis. Tingis is in! A goal for all the fringe nations, and Europe is on the ropes. So well done, and Kaitak with a lovely turn and pass, and Tangis takes it first time, and Vanuatu's number 9 with a monster goal. Kolo towards Tangis, and Kind has to save it again. Liechtenstein have struggled to go out and get goals when they've needed them, and the European side now needs one. Kolo headed away. Goop trying to recover. Frick clears, but Vanuatu doing one for Oceania. They won their group. They played what was essentially a knockout contest in their final group game that may be preparing them for this moment. Liechtenstein qualified after 2 matches and could coast through, and was defeated by Timor-Leste in its final match. Carlo Tongis, is he onside? He might be! Oh, he's not. The flag's up. The flag is up. Tongis is off. That was so well taken. He really is the spitting image of a talisman. A spitting image of a talismanic striker up top for Vanuatu. Kenzie Tongis, but he is offside, rather clearly offside, and we can get on with proceedings now. 1-0 to Vanuatu. Liechtenstein needs something from Thomas Maruk, their prolific big man up front, who has been so quiet today. Poor ball from Kind. Jesse Kolopong. Kolopong towards Tengis. He got it in! Oh, Kenzie Tongis! Vanuatu, he is that man! And a quarter-final place for Oceania representative Vanuatu is beckoning. Kind will definitely say he should have saved that one, but he did not. Vanuatu doubles its lead through Kenzie Tongis, and this island nation has 9 lives. Liechtenstein, a real better's favourite despite finishing second in its group, is the last European nation standing, and it is on wobbly legs. Kalopong. Andre Batic, Timatua driving. Oh, what a run by Timatua! And it nearly fell kindly for Tungis, but Kind was the one in the way. Liechtenstein just have had very little offensive punch, while Vanuatu seem full of ideas going forward, and they've been the better side today over Liechtenstein. Oh, bouncing ball, it sits up for free. Oh my goodness, it's the worst shot I've ever seen. The worst attempt you might ever see on a footballing pitch. As Frick had it fall to him and then just mishit it, and Carlo Tong so gratefully corrals it. It's Vanuatu 2, Liechtenstein 0. And a knockout stage performance for Liechtenstein is all the European Alpine nation will get, because Vanuatu is rowing its boat into the quarterfinals. While Oceania is guaranteed a representative at the quarterfinal stage, Europe is the first continent fully eliminated, I believe. No, CONCACAF is also out. So it's like a normal World Cup then. CONCACAF out at the round of 16, as is tradition. Africa's alive, Asia's alive, and Oceania's alive. CONCACAF is out, and Europe is now officially eliminated thanks to Kinsey Tongis of Vanuatu. I mean, what a player, really. He's got the touch, he's got the goals. Kinsey Tongis, 32 years old, plays for ABM Galaxy in Vanuatu, in case you ever want to catch a game. Fiji and East Timor, Indonesia and Seychelles. Oh boy. Fiji and East Timor is first. That is East Timor, who won the group, beat the Cook Islands 7-0, Liechtenstein 4-1 after drawing Macau. And then the other match, or the other team, Fiji, who beat Brunei and Anguilla pretty convincingly, and then got a red card and like fell apart against Vanuatu to end up finishing second in the group, so they have to play Mutsinho in East Timor. I don't want that to be me, you know. South America didn't even qualify. I know, what losers, dude. Sorry, I got a weird text. I'll make sure it's just something my mom is trying to ship me. Apologies, gotta make sure, There we go. The streets remember. I don't know exactly what they remember. Kogan, thank you for the 31 months. I'm gonna sign Levon Williams and I want Vladimir Septis, dude. I would love to have Vladimir Septis. A lot of these guys are probably not even in the database for that game because I don't load a 450,000 guy database. Like, I just don't do that. I want the game to be able to run at a decent speed. East Timor and Fiji, the prediction is big on East Timor right now, 71%. I think Fiji's pretty good. I think we could be in for a great match. East Timor also went behind that Liechtenstein team before eventually turning it around. But that was like, that was pretty open-ended here. All right. The final day of the round of 16 at the Worst World Cup has East Timor against the Fijians. Fiji, a match where East Timor won their group after a surprising draw with Macau, a team that eventually finished last and going behind against Liechtenstein and coming back to win, where Fiji had won its first two matches and needed just a draw to win its group, but was blown away by Vanuatu, who had precision finishing that Liechtenstein was met with yesterday. East Timor, the prohibitive betting favorite as we get into the lineups themselves between East Timor and Fiji, Timor-Leste and Fiji, Oceania against Asia in qualifying. Fiji with two changes, Saib and Ruziate coming into the lineup for the team in blue. East Timor is in red as we take the field for the round of 16. East Timor may be a team that could make a deep run behind the goal scoring of Moutinho. Fiji, a team that up until it last match was looking like one of the tournament favorites, a team that might be able to compete and beat anyone. Costa sizing up a goal kick. It's been timid in the rain so far. Nalobu. Nalobu's got Madararega. Madararega And he was cut out. The defense recovered in time. Punch, he got a foot in and blocked it right up in the air to Costa. But Madarorega's not someone you want to leave that open. Shivam Naidu to Nabindu! And exhale straight into the crossbar. But a flourish for Fiji. Jean Pedro. It's do or die now in the round of 16. Bello onto Moutinho. This is his moment! Moutinho, but he very well could have been offside. This could be huge for East Timor. He very well could be offside, and he is, and call it off. Didn't even play the sound effects. He is offside. Animal, thank you for the gifted sub, by the way. I see you up to Kane and Electricola. Thank you for the prime. Welcome to the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon, the emotes, get in the subsection of the Discord. We're going to do a Save Your Saves very soon. And it is 0-0 to halftime between East Timor and Fiji. East Timor a pretty significant wagering favourite as a group winner on 7 points. But Fiji is showing that ability we knew it had. Alam. It's got Nalaubu and Rakula. And Rakula's got Nalaubu, and Nalaubu's got an angle! But he does not have a goal. The biggest chance for Fiji, who have really run East Timor off the field statistically. Barbosa, Rakula, Nalaubu, Madarorega's gone down. The shot from distance! Oh, come on! Oh, my goodness! Sabra Saib! The goal of his life! It is the beautiful game! Magic! Absolute unfiltered magic from Sabra Sahib on a knockout stage. This is an unbelievable goal from Sabra Sahib. Look at this hit. Up and over Costa. Nothing he could do. And you can hear the Pacific roar. Oh, that was a shove. Joseph's gone flying. Barbosa might be the foul giver, and East Timor are in serious trouble. Because that was definitely Joseph, and it could be a yellow, but Barbosa is spared. He's already on a yellow. He would have had to leave. Fiji for insurance. Zabraz Sahib! Great penalty. Nearly saved. Zabraz Sahib for Fiji. And Oceania might have 2 teams in the quarterfinals. And such an explosive tournament and golden boot campaign from Moutinho. He's had 1 offside goal and nothing else to speak of in this game. The long ball for Moutinho, but Alam there well before him. It wasn't a particularly great ball. Alam. Madarorega wins it to Joseph. This is something from Fiji. Nalaubu! They've walked it in, and we have to check the VAR here, but that was precision. Fiji looking very much back in form after their stunning defeat to Vanuatu. He is offside, but still a very good passing play. Sairuzi Nalaubu is a big goal getter for this team, and what a pass that is from Joseph. He was 1 touch late. But the vision from Joseph, exceptional. And Fiji deservedly leading 2-0. Rawaka, Saib, Madarorega closing down. Panji, he's stolen it from him. But Panji gets back and blocks it. That's determined defending. East Timor needs their star man, Moutinho, now more than ever. They need Sao Pedro. They need Gali. They need someone with the skills to open this up because Timor-Leste won their group and brought pride to their country. But they are falling over the Fiji hurdle in the round of 16. Gali up to Moutinho. This is the moment if they're going to do it, and it's saved. Oh, Moutinho cannot get out of his own way. It was well set up, and Alim got right out, made himself big, and there was nowhere for Moutinho to go. One of the Golden Boot contenders is out. Huge save from Alam. He had a 7.4 to take nearly man of the match behind Zebraz Sahib, who scored a brace, a fabulous brace for Fiji. I told you Fiji was good. I freaking knew. It's the end of Timor Werner, and he ended in classic Timor Werner fashion with a 6.0, despite being a Golden Boot contender on 9 goals from 3 matches, and he stays that way. Zabraz Sahib, and in his credit, honestly, he has 10 long shots. That's better than I would have expected. Plays for Lautoka. The 33-year-old Zabraz Sahib. 2 goals in 4 minutes. And now Indonesia, Seychelles, which I think could be very one-sided. Seychelles finished second in their group behind the British Virgin Islands with 2 wins from 3. And Indonesia, despite an early draw to Gibraltar, blew out American Samoa 12-0, and then a hugely impressive win over Bangladesh, who have also gone through to the quarterfinals already. This Indonesian team was a lot of people's favorites going into this tournament, and the Indian Ocean Island chain of Seychelles, who have done very well to get themselves to the knockouts, are really up against something. We've already got 100,000 wagered from Vasherized on Indonesia. 7K is the biggest wager on Seychelles. It's that guy Waldo. 90% right now to Indonesia. 90% to Indonesia. The Merah Putih. That means the red and white. So the red and white against Seychelles, the Pirates. I love that. The island chain nation of 100,000 against the 4th biggest country in the world. You're a Moutinho fan in the good and bad moments? Yeah, no, I get that. Cyrodiilian gets the idea, you know, this is Ezra Wallian time. Ezra Wallian scored 10 goals in 3 matches in the group stage. And well, honestly, it was in 2 matches because they drew Gibraltar 0-0. Nobody has scored. Sorry. All right. Working on that package thing. Indonesia's still on 78%. 78% for Indonesia. All right. Ezra Wallian. Seychelles is sweating Ezra Wallian. Our last round of 16 match. You ready? Yeah, I want to look at. Are they already scheduling the matches for the next round? They're really not. Like, we're going to have to redraw or something. Here we go. Clive, take it away. One of the favorites in this tournament, led by the goal scorer in this tournament, Ezra Wallian, who has 10 goals coming out of the group stage. He is the man for the Golden Boot at the moment against Seychelles. The island nation that did so well to qualify from their group. They lost to the British Virgin Islands, but they managed to win in their other 2 matches to get themselves here, Seychelles, and they played so well in their last match. How long can they hang with Indonesia, who has not conceded a goal in this tournament? And perhaps encouraging for Seychelles that the first 15 minutes have passed without incident. Seychelles in the red, Indonesia in the white. Hari Hadi back for Mohammed, who leads the entire tournament in clean sheets, having not allowed a goal. Salnando. Vermanzia up for Ezra Wallian. This is the danger man! And for the moment, Seychelles is still alive. Ezra Wallian with an uncharacteristic miss and a bit of a chaotic play, but this is the right kind of game for Seychelles. Not too much happening early, as Manu tries to bait some pressure forward from Indonesia. Melier looking towards Monet. But it is Indonesia that come away with it quickly. Clock. Ezra Walian. Vermansia. Drifting to space. Vermansia. Who's the help? It's Walian! It's Ezra Walian! For Indonesia. The fifth element, the inevitable force of nature that is Ezra Walian and the back of the net. And Vermansia holding the ball up so well for Ezra Walian. And Indonesia leads Seychelles in the round of 16. And Seychelles had looked composed, they'd looked shapely, they've been in the way, they've contained what has been an explosive Indonesian offense at this tournament. But they have not offered much in the way of a threat, and that goal hurts their chances significantly. Clock. Seychelles have to keep themselves compact and maybe find a moment to score somewhere. On the counter-attack, Demos. Demos bending towards Vermansia. Now Walian! Oh, he might be off. It's a classic Ezra Walian goal from Vermansia. It will be close, but I believe it's going to be given as an onside goal. It is given. Ezra Walian with his second goal of the game. It's like super low frame rate on replays for some reason. Ezra Walian from Vermansia. It is the connection at this worst World Cup. Seychelles, one of the surprise teams in the knockouts. They were considered huge underdogs in this game against one of the tournament favorites. They've competed well, but they have not been able to slow Ezra Walian. And unfortunately for one of the coolest flags in the world, the island nation of Seychelles has been roundly controlled by Indonesia. And Indonesia, a national team on the ascent here at the worst World Cup. 2-0 over Seychelles. They started the tournament with a draw against Gibraltar. And since then, it has been a non-stop show for Indonesia. Malana driving forth, that's well over, but Seychelles never creating much. Just the one shot to their name right now for Seychelles. They gave them a real challenge, a physical challenge. Well, that was all Seychelles could offer. Molly. He's been fouled by Lily Parley, and maybe if you score off this, you sprint back, Seychelles can dream. Bibi. Towards Tambu, headed away by Bosna. And that might bring about the final whistle. It does, and it is Indonesia with a controlled win over Seychelles, who made it difficult. 27 shots to 1, though, tells the story. This Indonesia team, after that draw with Gibraltar, is really for real. At really the best stadium for this tournament, this parking lot stadium they put us in sometimes. Thank you to Seychelles for a memorable tournament. A surprise round of 16 debutante at the worst World Cup. That does bow out. Quarterfinals on tap, chat. Quarterfinals on tap. And yeah, we gotta wait a couple days. All right, but they have been drawn. It's Laos against Djibouti, Vanuatu against Bangladesh, Fiji, Indonesia, Singapore, Cambodia. So Asia versus Asia, Asia versus Oceania, Asia versus Oceania, Asia versus Africa. So Asia could have all 4 semifinalists. Asia's legitimately the Europe of the worst World Cup.
13 months, over a year now.
Hey, Kilgore, thanks for the 13.
Program. I don't think I could live with myself.
Bangladesh, Vanuatu, Fiji, Indonesia. Let's get on to the next matches here, brother.
Can't wait for more FM content post World Cup. Thanks again for all you do, you the man.
Thanks, Roadrunner. Thank you for the 14 months as part of the Hammers. Kilgore, I'd never sign up for a human cloning program. I don't think I could live with myself. I'm going to go with a B- on that one. It deserves B level. Proper consideration definitely deserves B level. Agreed. Asia's worst teams are the best. I mean, clearly. I mean, Asia also had Bhutan and Sri Lanka. I mean, they do have two of the worst teams of the tournament. It's like they're very worst. You know, there is Macau also finished bottom of their group. Like, they do have bad teams. The first match is Bangladesh Vanuatu. Pretty quick turnaround for those two teams here. Bangladesh and Vanuatu in the quarterfinals of the worst World Cup. Will it be the South Asians or the Oceanians? When do you continue the Peacock save? Tomorrow. I tweeted about this yesterday, but next Peacock stream is literally tomorrow, so hopefully I'll see you there. Get your wager in, chat. What are you doing? Vanuatu's got 72%. No love for Bangladesh out here today? Does Oceania get the first representative in the semi-final? Vanuatu really impressing against Liechtenstein. Bangladesh taking care of business against the British Virgin Islands in the round of 16. Almost 400,000 bacon's been thrown on Vanuatu. 100,000 bacon's on Vanuatu. That's why they're up. Clueless Morgan threw 100,000 on Vanuatu. Bangladesh biggest wager is 40,000 from Oddball Gamers, but Bangladesh has 73 wagers to Vanuatu's 29. Vanuatu's drawing huge money. And Bangladesh is drawing a lot of little bits. We're in the parking lot again. I love this stadium. This is the best stadium at this tournament. The car park ground. All right, Clive, take it away. The quarterfinals. The moment that these players dreamed about getting into this tournament. They have advanced to the last 8 teams. It's Vanuatu and Bangladesh, both with a real chance to get themselves to a worst World Cup semi-final. Bangladesh finally bringing pride to its national team after so long in the gutter, in the alley, out of the spotlight. Vanuatu, who do get to compete in those Oceanic Championships. They've troubled New Zealand in the past, and we're seeing why they are capable. They beat Liechtenstein, Europe's last representative, in the last round. Bangladesh beat the British Virgin Islands, who was CONCACAF's last representative. Bangladesh is in the the Christmas candy uniforms. Vanuatu in their traditional yellow. Rakib for Bangladesh. Brought it onto his right foot. Rakib for Mohamed Ibrahim. Saved by Kalatang. And Vanuatu has cleared. But the first move for Bangladesh. It was a good one. First 30 minutes, though, passing rather nervously again. We might be due a little extra time. These quarterfinals, the farther you go, the more nerve-wracking it can get. And these are two teams that would have thought they had a chance to get here. But once you are actually here, with the eyes of the world upon you, in a quarterfinal at the worst World Cup, those legs can tighten up. Bangladesh, Miyasoni. Rakib passed away. Jesse Kalopong takes it back. Thomas with the angled ball to Wilkins. Gosh. Hossein. Oh, he missed it. Tongues! Tongues! Oh, I thought it was in. And so did all of Vanuatu. It is a cruel game sometimes, and Tongues was oh so close to that one. Bosch, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome to the Hammers. Oh. Oh my goodness. Jesse Kalopung, Timatua, Thomas, Aru. Hassan. Thomas. Well, this is easy enough for Rahman. And now they're playing their way forward. Mahbouba Rahman! The moments, they come in flashes. And if you blink, they're gone. And Mahbouba Rahman blinked. And it is still 0-0 despite a chance for both teams' leading goal scorer at this tournament. Mabuba Rahman and Tingis of Vanuatu have both sighted goal and missed. And we stay 0-0 to the 63rd minute as Bangladesh work it around. Rakib, he's got a target in the middle. He goes first time! And he's got Mabuba Rahman! That's the goal to send Bangladesh into raptures. They've been crying out for a hero, and Mabuba Rahman is the answer. Bangladesh leads. Zico collects. As Vanuatu, they've been troubled this whole game, are being troubled again. The Bangladeshi national team is finally elevated to something. Rakib driving. Rakib! Oh, he just got way under it. He was so focused on the run, beating the defenders, that he skied the chance. Carlo from distance. He's going to go for it, and it's saved by Zico. It was a decent hit from Carlo. Headed right into the top corner, but not with the pace to trouble. Jackie Rubin, Donna, and Wanamut all in for Vanuatu, trying to spark something with the substitutions, but it's Bangladesh with a 1-0 lead right now. Vanuatu need a goal in this quarterfinal, or the dream is over for one of Oceania's two remaining teams. A long ball, Kalotong able to collect it. Kalotong looking long, he's got Tongis, oh my goodness, he's got Kaitak for Vanuatu! Is he onside? Hold your breath. Kaitak has scored the biggest goal in Vanuatu history. Is it legal? No. Oh, the air, you can feel it being let out of the balloon. And Kaitak was offside, it's fairly clear. Tongis lays it into Kaitak, who holds his nerve. Vanuatu needs another chance. 2 minutes, 1 minute, no minutes left. It's over. Bangladesh is going to the semi-finals of this tournament. 1-0 Bangladesh. And Vanuatu's spirited tournament, coming back from the dead, is over in the quarterfinals. And rest in peace to one of our heroes, Kinsey Tongis, who helped capture the imagination, and his shot into the crossbar is the only reason that this stayed 1-0. He was so close. All right, Bangladesh is in the semi-final. Mabuba Rahman riding the Bengal Tigers all the way. I'm seeing the hype for the Bengal Tigers. I see the Bangladeshi stands in the chat willing their country to a semi-final. Shalapito, thank you for the 3 months, my dude. Cake or Death, thank you for the hydrate. Definitely needed that. I appreciate it. Casino never ends. Casino continues. Djibouti or Laos? Who we betting on? Djibouti or Laos? Previous, you look at Djibouti's 4 results. They've won every match, beat Bhutan, Singapore, Bahamas, and Somalia on pens. Our only extra time match that we've had so far, actually. Laos has beaten San Marino and Tonga. They drew Mongolia and survived Pakistan 2-1 in the previous round. Are the Laotians going through? Or Laotian? I'm looking up what it means. The Sharks. Oh, come on. Their national team nickname is the Sharks? Les Requins is the Sharks. They are the Sharks. That is awesome. That is freaking cool. I think Z mentioned it'll be on both. Yeah, we're gonna make a YouTube video out of this whole tournament. Definitely. Djibouti or Laos. Prediction update. Djibouti's on 55% with a big wager of 88,000 from Clueless Morgan, 48,000 from Gemini Lighting on Laos. But pretty even split on the wager between Laos and Djibouti. How do you make a custom World Cup? You meet an awesome guy like Matza Plays who knows how to build custom databases in FM. All right, let's fire it up. The Worst World Cup quarterfinals continue with Laos and Djibouti. Bangladesh with a huge 1-0 win over Vanuatu. Djibouti have won all 4 matches they've played, including a wild penalty shootout come from behind in the shootout win against Somalia. They return to their native blue colors against Laos, who will wear red today. And these are 2 group winners. These are 2 teams that have had a fabulous tournament. Africa's last representative and the Southeast Asians of Laos. Who is going to take this? Nobody in chat is quite sure. The wager was close between the Sharks and the Laotians. Mahabe. Mahabe's in! Oh, Namakoth, what a save! Mahabe was in on his lonesome and he just ripped it right onto the crossbar, and Namak Bey is there with strong hands. Migame holds it off now. Mohammed with the deflected ball that Namakov is ready for again. Laos has been very sound defensively in this tournament. They've not scored buckets of goals, but they've not allowed many. They did concede 1 to Pakistan in the last round, but Namakov has answered the call generally when it's been sent. Wan Vung Sof. Duong Maiti, who's been the difference maker for Laos in the tournament. Dalavong. Back towards Inthavong. And Inthavong's floated it towards Kioanam. Kioanam has scored, but he might be off. Oh, it's going to be so close for Kioanam. The check is on, and it is awarded. It's a goal for Laos. Inthavong with a speculative ball, but Kioanam able to corral it, in a really good finish on short order from Kioanam. It's the first goal Djibouti has allowed in 3 matches. Kioanam doing everything right for Laos. And it's a bit against the run of play. It was so well taken down. Inthavong's pass was definitely speculative. It was a hopeful ball from Inthavong, and Laos have grabbed a little more control of this game since scoring. Wan Vong Sof to Kioanam. Kioanam towards the inline, floated to Duong Maiti, headed away. Het Pakadi, and now from distance, well over. Seen by Bonahan Kuye. And that might just bring us, it does, to halftime. Laos 1, Djibouti 0 as we start the second half of proceedings in this quarterfinal of the Worst World Cup. A tale of 2 halves in that first half. Djibouti trying to make this a tale of 2 halves overall. It's been a very even match as predicted, but it's Laos that has its decisive moment from Somse Kioanam. And Somse Kioanam is still the difference maker with 20 minutes to play. Dong Maiti floated. This is a dangerous ball that Wazama meets. Mohammed, let's just flick this up the field, and Mahabe's up there somewhere. He is. This is dangerous. Elabe driving. Where's this fall? Hassan. Alabe, it's still alive into Mahabe, and it's Hassan! Oh, it's Hassan for Djibouti. He scored! 1-1. Scrambled in by the Sharks. The Port Nation rises again and meets the occasion. Mahabe missed it, but Pet Pakti left Hassan to contest, and Hassan made no mistake passing it into the corner. And Djibouti, who survived extra time once, might have just sent us to extra time again. A set piece to steal it here. Hassan Headed away. Roble is there. He's gone wide. It's open. Dadzier to Mahabey! The winning goal! Madi Hossein Mahabey! The Sharks! Tears in a nation so longing for a hero. Dadzier to Mahabey! And Laos cannot believe it. Djibouti have come back to win. And they're going to the semi-finals of the Worst World Cup. In the 90th minute. What a response. And Asia's dominance is still in question. Oh, Djibouti, what a comeback. Heartbreaking for Laos. For the Laotian stands, an absolutely shattering goal to concede. A brutal goal for a Laos team that had been willing its way, for one of the best players in this tournament, Duong Maiti, who didn't show up at all. Duong Maiti did nothing. And it showed. And they're... Wow. Duong Maiti, who was... I mean, Mahabey is now actually on the top scorers list. I mean, I know Duong Maiti he's on 5, yeah. Vanasom Duong Maiti, who definitely was one of the dudes in this tournament, is now out. And Mahabey, this little-known Madi Hossein Mahabey, is the guy. And honestly, he's a player, man. Plays for Ali Sabieh in the Djibouti Premier Division, but he's a pretty serious player. Man, you should really add this guy to your freaking database and sign him. Huge goal from Mahabey. And now we head to our second set of matches, starting with Fiji against prohibitive favorites Indonesia. And of course, Fiji, they've done their thing. They had that big loss to Vanuatu, but that included a red card and like a lot of chaos. But they came back and beat a very good East Timor team. In 3 of their 4 matches, they've shut out the opponent. They beat Brunei, Anguilla, and East Timor to get to the quarterfinal. Really dominant fashion. Controlled fashion. And then you have Indonesia, who drew its opening match against Gibraltar and then just lit American Samoa and Bangladesh, who is in the semifinal, by the way, on fire, and then did dominate Seychelles, just didn't score a lot of goals in that result. This is a battle of 2 of the best teams at this tournament. I think it's very safe to say Indonesia and Fiji. That is the match. And then we have our all-Asian showdown in the other match. Indonesia's getting 90% of the vote right now, or at least the wagers. 70,000 from Marcus Brundle on to Indonesia. Only 9,000 from Prismari is the biggest wager for Fiji right now. 41 people to Indonesia, 16 to Fiji. Do you believe that Indonesia is approachable? They did draw Gibraltar at the beginning of this tournament, but Indonesia has not conceded a goal in the tournament. They have not. Indonesia has not conceded a goal at the tournament. Fiji obviously has scored in every match at this tournament, and Fiji has only conceded a goal in 1 of its 4 matches. They did give up 4 goals, and it was that weird game where Vanuatu scored every shot it took. But Fiji bounced right back, beat Timor-Leste, who had Mutsinho and was one of the highest performing group stage teams. And now here we are. Up the Fiji spinners. I hate every bit of that, actually. 660,000 points wagered on Indonesia. 22,000 from Odds Boat on Fiji. But it looks like an 80-20 to Indonesia. They are like the favorites of this tournament, the way they've played the last 3 matches. Does Fiji have it in them to shock the world here? Fiji's had a very good tournament, perhaps feeling disrespected by those wagers, by being called the underdog, right? Feeling a little disrespected, dishonored. Can they turn it around? Fiji and Indonesia, a match that is circled on the quarterfinal calendar. The Fijians have been so good at this tournament. They've been fabulous, but they've been nothing compared to Indonesia's unbelievable last 3 games and their fabulous forward, Ezra Walian, who bagged 2 in the round of 16 and leads the Golden Boot race unchallenged with 11 goals on his name. We're underway. Fiji and Indonesia. Thank you so much to Landai for the 22 months. Much love back to you. Thank you for being a great part of the Hammers. Fiji's in the blue. Indonesia in the classic red uniforms. And we are 10 minutes in. Pradana. Indonesia came in as tournament favourites. They're executing Ezra Walian. Can't keep giving him looks like that if you're Fiji. And they'll know that. Just the 2 shots for Indonesia, the 3 now to 1 for Fiji in the early going, but Fiji's kept 50% to the ball. Concerns when you come up against a team with the firepower that Indonesia has, you've got to keep it limited early, and that is what Fiji is doing. Ezra Walian's had the 1 look and he missed it. But Indonesia is the favourite, and they've been the favourite in this tournament. They were picked the most by anybody to win the tournament, but I'll tell you what, Fiji has not given them any good chances except for that Walian header very early on. 10 shots at just 0.49 XG, 50-50 possession, and 1 yellow on Nalubu, the forward for Fiji. But this is pretty good from the water merchants. The Fijians in this quarter-final, Oceania's last hope after Vanuatu's 1-0 defeat to Bangladesh in the other quarter-final. The first hour is past now, and it's 0-0 between Fiji and Indonesia. Alam up towards clock in Rakula. Nalubu, great tackle by Pradana. Now clock. Yama. Batomo. There's a running ball to Vamanzia, the danger man. Vamanzia! Oh, it's great defending. Flying in was Aaron, and that made that so much more difficult for Vamanzia, who pulls it wide with Aaron in his periphery. But the legs are getting heavy now. This is a tight game, Utomo. Clock. Tuyama. Adsit. Dimas, the captain, Hariyari. Great response after their failure to win against Gibraltar. Hariyari towards Vamanzia. He's alone! Oh! Inches for Vamanzia. One of the best players at this tournament for Vamanzia. And now Nalubu. Fiji starting to melt a little bit after 67 minutes. Vamanzia. This time Aaron is ready. Wins it. Rakula does well into Wara Naivalu. Wara Naivalu to Turagalailai. And Sahib. It was such an important part of their win in the round of 16 with both goals. Yama. Mohammed. Oh, he's got Pradana. It's a deep midfield run for Pradana. And he's been fouled by Turagalailai, who's on a yellow. And this is surely a second yellow for Inoke Turagalailai. Oh, it was nearly a necessary foul from Inoke Turagalailai. But he has been sent off. And now Indonesia's up 11 men to 10. Fiji has to batten down the hatches against leading goal scorer Ezra Walian now. And it would be a stunner if they found a way to score. Hariyari had options there, but Rawaka cut them off. Now Adsit, as Fiji are defending admirably, but they're without the numbers now. The header from Shabandi might have been covered, but it hit the outside of the post. It was a near-run thing for Indonesia. Extra time seems to be beckoning despite the man advantage for Indonesia right now. And Fiji's actually up the field. Dare they try something here? Takiate. Wasasala. It's the lone presence up the field in that position. Savaki down for Sahib. It's a bit loose with it, but he gets it to Valentine. And Valentine's crashed by Ezra Walian in the 90th minute of play for Indonesia. Walian, Takiate, composed back to Alam, and he's got a long ball. Oh my goodness, he's got Wasasala, who for a moment had glory in his eyes, but Basna was in his way. This has been a proper match between Fiji and Indonesia. Fiji down a man has been a real struggle. Hariyari streaking. Hariyari for Walian, surely offside. He looked clearly offside. And I'll look an absolute fool if he wasn't. But he did look very offside there. And he was. So the celebrations were muted. They kind of knew. But Ezra Walian was definitely offside for this play. Horiati far too late with the ball. Walian, with his quality, able to finish at 6 minutes of added time. And Fiji's got a set piece. They could steal it here. Aaron headed away. Shabandi only as far as Aaron. Aaron brings it down wide for Valentine. Horiati. It's a great bit of defending from Horiati, but no idea what he wants to do with that. Savaki just picks it up on the line. He'll loft it back forward to no one in particular. Yama. Saib heads it down. Tunisia. Oh, it's Indonesia's got all the pressure. Oh, it's gone in. He might be offside. Shabandi might be the hero for Indonesia in the final minute of added time. Indonesia has scored. And the 10 men of Fiji have broken. Shabandi slips it through Alam, who might never live it down on his near post. With seconds remaining and inches onside, Shabandi's first-time shot catches Alam off guard, and Indonesia's in the semi-final. And you can't say they did not deserve it. None of their shots were really high XG endeavors. But by the end of the game, Indonesia was down to 10. Fiji was down to 10 as well. Indonesia scored with the 10 men. They had Antara come off with an injury. Rawaka came off with an injury for Fiji, but they were able to replace him. And the Fijians had an excellent tournament to the quarterfinals of the worst World Cup, but they have been eliminated by Indonesia at the last gasp by Shabandi in 90+6. Who had just come in, picked up a yellow card and scored the winning goal. A bitter pill for Fiji in the end of Oceania's dreams at the worst World Cup. Yeah. Oh, what a that was a weird, nerve-wracking game. It actually was a 9v10. According to the lineups, Fiji had a sub for when their guy got injured. And so it was actually 10v10. As they did have Rawaka get injured. Now we have Singapore and Cambodia. So Singapore, who lost to Djibouti, but beat the Bahamas and Bhutan before a really stunning, huge win over Nepal, who won their first 3 games. And then Cambodia, who started the tournament with a 1-0 over Eritrea, then a 1-1 with Pakistan, then flattened the U.S. Virgin Islands and kind of sauntered to a win over Mongolia. Like, Mongolia was competitive. They're just not a very offensive team. So the Angkor Warriors against the Lions of Singapore to book the final spot in the semifinals of the worst World Cup and join Bangladesh, Djibouti, and Indonesia at that level. Who you throwing all in on? I just said all in, baby. Who you throwing all in on, Waggy? Got 22,000, or Shiny Geek with 25,000. Shiny Gek on Singapore, 30,000 on Cambodia from Marcus Brundle. 36 wagers to 25 wagers in favor of Singapore right now. Waggy's like, I'm going in on Singapore. There it is. I'm going in on Singapore. That's the moment. Oh, he was 9? Yeah, you're right. My eyes deceived me there. It was 10v9. I don't know what my brain was doing. Guys, I am Muslim. That's why I don't have any bacon anymore, and not because I am bad. Believe me. A-. That was good. Didn't even submit that to be rated. I liked that. Didn't like bacon to begin with. Yeah, can't even eat the stuff. Get the frick out of here, man. Never wanted it. Not because I'm bad at wagering, just because I didn't want it. Yeah. That's really funny. All right, Singapore and Cambodia. Let's get into the match itself. Yeah, I always tell you guys, the bacon is made of whatever you want. There's bacon made of everything. You know, whatever you want your bacon to be made of, it can be made of. Just for the record. Anybody didn't know that? I'm forcing you into one type of bacon. Cambodia and Singapore. They are two of the 5 teams that remain that can win the worst World Cup here today. And they will not both be going to the semi-final. Singapore in the 4-3-3. Song Ui-yong up the top of the formation, while Cambodia running the Sokfeng, Vatanaka, and Prokmani Udom pairing of the front 3. These two nations battling through the round of 16. They've been through the wars. Can they get through the next one? Singapore with a stunning win over Nepal. Cambodia with a fairly straightforward win over Mongolia, who'd struggled to score the whole tournament and continued to do so. Singapore's in the red. Cambodia is in the blue. Hamza for Singapore. Song Ui-yong. Oh, he's broken in behind. Song Ui-yong. Oh, it's cheeky. It's saucy. It's just fabulous from Song Ui-yong. That is how you score. Song Ui-yong by Hong Feng, and he's got a whole crowd around him, and he chips it over all of them. What a goal from Song Ui-yong. And Singapore in the knockouts are the best team in this tournament. They beat a team that had won 3 matches before in Nepal, and now they're beating Cambodia early. Song Ui-yong, Soi Visol, Hong Feng, On Champolin, Soi Visol, Sheng Ming, Hamza. It's a bit nervous from Singapore, but they've got it back to Mahmoud. No rush here for Mahmoud. Soi Visol. Oh, he's beaten to it by Song Ui-yong. Poaching again. Song Ui-yong. They can just keep on running to a semi-final date with Indonesia. Song Ui-yong. Soi Visol, the Cambodian captain. And where was this Singaporean team in the group stages? Because they are here now, and they are making a real difference. They've got a free kick as well. Ahmad Nazari seems to fancy himself, and he'll have a go. Nazari, oh, that is an amazing save by Su. Oh, that would have been a brilliant goal by Ahmad Nazari. Van Weesen, in-swinging kick, defended by Onshan Palin and Nob Tola. Singapore 2, Cambodia 0. Van Weesen on the set piece. Prokmani Udom, who's not really been dangerous at all so far today. Soi Visol. Shan Vantanaka, who's been fabulous. Harun. Arifin. Van Weesen played in. Oh my goodness, he hurricaned that one, Van Weesen. That's how hard it can be sometimes to keep that ball down, but Singapore has completely devastated Cambodia in this opening half hour. It's not even been close for Cambodia, who looked so sound through the first 4 matches of this tournament. Gabriel Kuok, Hamza, Hong Feng, Hanumantan, Song Ui-yong, who's the man that's really taken this game over, Harun, Gabriel Kuok. Oh, what a ball to Hanumantan! And Suyati with his second huge save. That is immense. Cambodia would have been out of reach of Singapore if that had gone in. But Suyati standing on his head at the moment until the rest of his team can figure out what they're supposed to do. Harun over everything for Singapore, who have been shredding in these knockouts. And we've reached half-time with Cambodia desperately needing to find anything. They haven't had much of the ball. They haven't had a shot in this game. And they haven't looked nearly like themselves. They've been completely picked open. Van Huizen. Van Huizen still. Xing Ming. He's through both. That's a good bit of tackling. Is there somebody up there? There is. Shan Vantanaka, who needs to emerge for Cambodia. Shan Vantanaka. This is better from Cambodia. He's stressing the back line. He's got Prokmoniudo. The shot is blocked. And it was open. Back towards Prokmoniudo. This one's not. And it's 2-1. Cambodia is back. And it is alive. Prokmoniudo does not give up on the play. Xingming back in. Prokmoniudo. Money again. And a set piece for Singapore, and Gabriel Kawak, if he can hit the corner, it's a goal. Kawak! Over. Singapore's been so good in the knockouts. You hesitate to say Cambodia can bring this all the way back, but they were so good in their first 4 matches. Nubtola cleared away. Haroon back in, took a deflection. Could have gone anywhere. It goes over. And Cambodia survive, and they have really their goalkeeper, Suiyati, to thank for keeping them in this game. They need 1 goal, the Southeast Asian side. Prokmoniudo, the intended target. Yayu Muslim. KO, Sokping. Xingming, back to Sokping. He's got Xingming. Xingming loves to pick out a pass. And it's in! It's Sean Montanaka! How has Cambodia come back from this? They didn't have a shot at halftime. And Xingming picks out the ball to Chanvantanaka. It's the same characters, and it's off the crossbar and Mahmood and in. Singapore have bottled this. They dominated the first half, but as the story goes, it's a tale of 2 halves. And Cambodia has owned the second. Not nearly as roundly as Singapore has owned the first, but they've scored just as many goals. And Singapore's dream start to the knockouts has been ended by Cambodia. Lofted ball at Mahmood will bring in for Singapore as they try to collect themselves. Mahmood, what a ball! He's got Song Ouyong! What a play! What a goal! What a player! Hat-trick man! Song Ouyong! A Neuer-esque assist from Mahmood to Song Ouyong. It's beautiful ball in a wild match in the quarterfinals of the worst World Cup. Cambodia need another goal. Singapore, stunning smash and grab, direct ball. Hamza looking for Song Ouyong, this time Hong Feng up to the challenge. Harun, Suleiman. This 3-man midfield has been eating. Gabriel Kawak. Back for Sunizal. Sunizal looking for Yazid. Xingming gave it away. Yazid, what a tackle by Suivisol, the captain. Had to be made, and it was. That was insane. And now they're attacking. Shong Chantea to Prokmoniudo to tie it. Oh, yes! Do you believe your eyes? Oh, he's tied it! It looked a certain goal for Singapore, but Cambodia's lightning counter equalizes. And what a tackle it was from the captain Suivisol to save the game and spark the counter-attack. Hong Feng, this might open for Singapore. Haroon, Song Ouyong, he might be onside. Oh, Suiyati in the 89th minute. Song Ouyong is human. Suiyati of Cambodia keeps it 3-3. Yasid in the 90th. Ahmad Nazari. Xingming there to clear. This has been the match of the tournament so far. An insane 3-3 from Cambodia in Singapore, and I don't think anybody wants this match to end. We're into extra time. Song Ouyong's hat-trick, not enough. Prokmoniudo has 2. And extra time is here between Singapore and Cambodia to be the last semi-finalist at this tournament. 2 of the 5 teams left standing. And they are still standing, but battered and bruised here in extra time. Abdulillah. Shah Shairan. Yazid loses it to Ching Ming. Soivisol, the heroic captain figure. The header is lost. Shah Sharan. It's a really good ball for Harun. The Singapore captain, Ahmad Nazari, towards Gabriel Kwok. Bin Thierry clears. And Uksavun clears Ahmad Nazari. As Singapore tried to craft the attack. Amirul Adli. Anumanthan. Yazid. Oh, what a ball! Oh, the margins. Razor thin. And Harun, he hit the post again. 2 woodworks for Singapore. And it's the captain, Harun, that missed the second. Song Ouyong can't believe he's not scored. He already has a hat-trick, but he needs one more. And now Harun, Singapore, the only team with a taste for it in extra time. Shak Sharan, Gabriel Kawak! Oh, saved by Suiachi! And it's the 120th minute in a corner for Singapore. Yazid. On Suvan with the play. Abdullah on Shanpalin has taken it for Cambodia. Any goal now would surely be final. And here comes Cambodia, fouled by Abdullah. And they will set up this deep set piece, maybe for something. Soivisol, the captain of an indignant, unbeatable Cambodian team that has survived by the skin of its teeth. A Singapore side in fine form, and penalties are whistled, which pauses the ball in mid-air. And it's a penalty shootout to decide an amazing match between Singapore and Cambodia for a spot in the semi-finals. It is an unbelievable match. Ahmad Nazari will shoot against Suyati, who made 3 unbelievably important 1v1 saves in this match. Singapore can't believe they have not won this. Cambodia, so precise in taking the counters. This was a pick-em match before, but Singapore played like their hair was on fire and could not find the winner. Ahmad Nazari will shoot first. Against Suiachi, and he scores it. Ahmad Nazari for Singapore. And that brings us Shanva Tanaka against Mahmoud, who assisted what Singapore would have thought was the winning goal. Shanvan Tanaka played the full 120 plus on his left. Scores! Lovely penalty. It is 1-1 going to the second penalty take. And it's the hat-trick man, Song Ouyong. You knew he was going to take one. As we wait for the first slip-up in this second penalty shootout of the competition, Song Ouyong against Suiachi. Song Ouyong! Oh, he sent him the wrong way. That was fabulous. And it's 2-1 to Singapore in our second round of kicks. Everybody's made so far, and Hong Feng, the centre-half, will come up for Cambodia. He had a very busy day dealing with Song Ouyong, not always well. Mahmoud takes a big stance. Hong Feng, score! He floats it in! Cheeky ball into the top corner. I thought he'd skied it, but he chipped it into the corner. He made placement a priority, and it worked. He placed it so very well, and we're into the third round of penalties at 2-2, and it's the winger Gabriel Kawak with his left. Kawak saved by Yati! Suiati has saved Gabriel Kawak's penalty. And Sui Visal, the captain for Cambodia, the centre-back whose tackle will long live in Cambodian lore if he can score this as well. He does! It's 3-2 Cambodia going to the fourth round of kicks. And it is from one captain to the other. Haroon, who was the starter of so many attacks for Singapore, who hit the post in extra time. His nation needs it. Down a penalty kick against Suyati. Haroon, saved! Suyati with an all-time performance for Cambodia. And a goal from Bin Thierry would win it for Cambodia in the fourth round of kicks. Mahmoud has to save it. Bin Thierry with his left. Bin Thierry, oh, he scores! He scores it! And Cambodia has won against Singapore! An unbelievable match that ends with a Cambodian victory and Singaporean heartbreak. Singapore led 2-0 and 3-2 and hit the post twice in extra time. Singapore had 4.31 XG. But it is a Cambodian dream for the Angkor Warriors that carries them through to the semi-finals. An unbelievable result for Cambodia over Singapore. It boggles the mind. Incredible performance from Suyati, the goalkeeper. He saves 2 penalties to boot, a hat trick from Song Wei-yong, and a penalty conversion. And our semi-finals are set. That was a stunning comeback. They didn't have a shot. They were down 2-0 and didn't have a shot at halftime. And came back. Dude, if I'm Song Wei-yong, I'm furious. I'm absolutely furious if I'm Song Wei-yong. Proc Money Udom bagging goals for Cambodia. And Chan Vantanaka bagging the goal for Cambodia. They are going to the semifinals, baby. They're going. We gotta go forward one day so that we can, Oh, whoa. Chill. Everybody chill. What? We save at the end of every day so we can fix whatever we need to fix. But yeah, semifinals haven't been played. Cool. Go ahead and attend both of them. It's Cambodia, Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Djibouti for a spot in the final. That was an unbelievable game. They didn't have a shot and they were down 2 goals at half. And then that play, I want to go back and watch that play again. That was one of the craziest plays I have ever seen. This 81st minute goal. No, shut up. I want to watch this play. Rewind it. Go back. Yeah, it was here. I mean, they should have scored. And it was the captain, like literally the captain, Sui Vizal. Look at that. What a tackle by Sui Vizal. Lays out, has to get it right. And then they launch this counterattack. Xing Chuntea, what a pullback. What a pass. Proc Money Udom holds his nerve. That's the difference between 4-2 and 3-3 in extra time. And then the post twice, in that one play in extra time itself. You're just watching? Yes, we simulate we come up with tournaments, or sometimes they're the real tournaments, and we simulate them, and they're very fun. Thank you for joining us. That is an outrageous play and counter, and Cambodia have achieved an ultimate goal. Singapore, honestly, I was stunned at how good they were, considering Singapore was nothing special in the group stages and then just became a monster in the knockouts. They blew out Nepal and should have blown out Cambodia. They just didn't count on that Cambodian heart and soul. So now our semifinals, Bangladesh and Djibouti, Indonesia, and Cambodia. Bangladesh and Djibouti, the first one. Bangladesh, the only team left that finished second in its group. Indonesia, Cambodia, and Djibouti all won their group. I am Demo. Thank you for the 10 months. Thanks for being a part of the Hammers. Propane Burrito, thank you for the gifted sub. Bodacious Bandit, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you guys for being a part of the Hammers. An elite online gaming community. Who said that? I didn't say that. The Sharks against the Bengal Tigers. This is like a classic kindergarten level question. Who would win? A shark or a tiger? Well, we're going to find out, chat. Get your wagers in. Djibouti or Bangladesh for a spot in the final. Only one will be playing for worst World Cup glory. Djibouti or Bangladesh. They've gutted their way. I know I normally give you like a rundown, so here you go. They beat American Samoa 7-1, Gibraltar 2-0, lost to Indonesia in a shock 5-0, then beat the British Virgin Islands and Vanuatu to get up against Djibouti. Djibouti won against Bhutan, Singapore, and the Bahamas, beat Somalia on penalties and Laos in the previous round in a 90th minute winner from Mahabid. Yeah, that Bangladesh 5-0 against Indonesia just looks really weird now. Tap.water the Booty Sharks. On the way. Big ups the Bangers. The that's Tap.water's riding with Bangladesh. The Bangers. There's a lot of channel points down. Looks like we're going 57% to Djibouti right now. Clueless Morgan dropped 90. Bombastic Chini dropped 40 on Bangladesh. Literally dead even. 68 people apiece on both sides, though. That is crazy. This is divided chat right now. Bangladesh and Djibouti. The matches get bigger and bigger. The announcer stays the same. I give you Clive Livingsworth. Welcome to a World Cup semi-final. Bangladesh and Djibouti at the worst World Cup. They are playing for glory they never thought they could possibly achieve in their wildest dreams. Bangladesh celebrating Messi's victories. Well, now they're celebrating their own. Djibouti, the Sharks of the Strait. The port nation trying to rise to the occasion. They've beat their hated rival Somalia. They've beaten Laos. They've carried the African flag into the semi-finals. And they are playing as betting favorites to get to the final. Megame. They are the only team remaining that has won every game that they have played. Every other team, Bangladesh has been defeated. Indonesia and Cambodia have suffered a draw. Bangladesh have put that 5-0 defeat to Indonesia far behind them and found a very rich reign of form. Banehon Kuye to Batio. To Warsama. Megame. And Warsama, this is Djibouti in the blue here. Bangladesh dressed like a candy from Christmas time. Or Portugal. You take your pick. Banehon Kuye, Batio and Mohammed composed playing out of the back here. Megame, Elabe. Mohammed. Hassan. Floats it wide for Yabe. This is a classy bit of passing, but it's been fumbled. In Mahbuba Rahman is on it. He's the danger man. Mahbuba Rahman to Milazoni. Oh, the header is glanced off the outside of the post from Milazoni as this worst World Cup continues. But it's Bangladesh that's asked the first question. Djibouti have shown that they are very good holding the ball. 75% possession. Megame towards Abdalila. No. And Elabe settles Hassan. Batio. Elabe goes for it! Oh, did he go for it? Dua Elabe! Screamer! What about that for Djibouti? Dua Elabe, stunning. And Djibouti leads. Megame now on the corner. Djibouti with the momentum before the half, trying to capitalise on Wazama. Sailing in, nearly had a second for the Sharks. Bangladesh looked good early in this match, but Djibouti, they just take their chances. Wazama really surprised he didn't take his, Rakib. It's a good run from Rakib. He fancied himself in Elabay, but they put it comfortably over. And that does take us to halftime. 1-0 Djibouti over Bangladesh in a match that has not offered many in the way of chances, but Douala Elabay did not need a chance. Douala Elabay scored maybe the goal of the tournament, especially considering this is a semi-final. Gosh. Ibrahim, Megame. Oh, Ibrahim. He left the studs up there. He's already been booked. And Mohammed Ibrahim is off. And Bangladesh is down to 10 men without Mohammed Ibrahim. And it is Djibouti that are hanging on to a 1-0 lead, and they will have one more player than Bangladesh for the rest of this. And time is passing far too quickly for the Bengal Tigers, but they have a chance from the corner, throwing their numbers forward. Bangladesh, it's Rakib! And that might be the last good look Bangladesh can muster in this game. Rakib over the bar, and Djibouti is going to the worst World Cup finals! The Sharks have gone all the way, and they will be one game away. The unbeatable Djibouti has made it to the worst World Cup final. And Bangladesh, the Bang stands, the Bengal Tiger stands, have finally fallen. The South Asian nation second in its group all the way to the semi-finals of this tournament, and they gave it a real go. That red from Mohammed Ibrahim really set them back, but Djibouti's amount of possession is what created that red card. And the Bengal Tigers can be proud of this tournament. Bangladesh finally able to watch its team with pride. And they were not blown away by Djibouti today. They were beaten by a simply sublime moment from Douale Mahmoud Elabay, who scored one of the best goals of the tournament. We'll watch it. It is our play of the half. Elabay with maybe the hardest shot in recorded history. That is spectacular from Elabay. Unbelievable. I like how I didn't even realize you guys were asking to see the goal again. I just did it because I wanted to see the goal again. Well, now the question that remains, can Cambodia do it again? They play Indonesia, big, bad Indonesia, who has not given up a goal at this tournament, drew Gibraltar to start, but blew out the worst team at this tournament, American Samoa. Beat Bangladesh 5-0 in a stunning final group stage match where both teams had already qualified. Seychelles 2-0, Fiji 1-0 in the 96th minute. The final minute of added time in the second half against a team that had been down to 10 men for 25 minutes. They found the winner against Fiji and now take on Cambodia. Cambodia, who started their tournament with a win over Eritrea, draw to Pakistan, a big win over the U.S. Virgin Islands, beat Mongolia, and played the match of the tournament against Singapore in the quarterfinal, surviving in a penalty shootout, a character-building penalty shootout. Is it Cambodia or is it Indonesia? The favorites from the beginning of the tournament. A lot of people picked them. Then they drew Gibraltar. Then everybody jumped off the bandwagon. Then they beat American Samoa 12-0 and everybody jumped back on. That stunning win over Bangladesh that everybody went, whoa. And then Seychelles and Fiji kind of hung around with Indonesia. Now you're thinking, well, maybe they're vulnerable to a team that knows how to take their chances, that has such an explosive front three like Cambodia does with Prak Udom and Shangvantanea. Indonesia. The Indonesia stands in the chat. The Cambodia stands. The Angkor Warrior stands in the chat. The wagers coming in thick and hard on Indonesia. 190,000 from Carlitos. That is a ton of bacon. 56,000 bacon on Vox. Right there. That is also really significant. We're going to have 1 million bacon on Indonesia right here. 1 million bacon. $81 wagers on Indonesia, 68 on Cambodia, but the bacon is with Indonesia. The big bacon is on Indonesia. 3 teams left that can win the tournament. One of these teams will play Djibouti for the worst World Cup title. Clive? It's a moment you dream of, a moment you always hope you can participate in as a player. Ezra Walian leads Indonesia out as favourites against the improbable Cambodians of Southeast Asia. Who will play Djibouti for all the marbles, for the title, for the worst World Cup title, the inaugural worst World Cup title? Indonesia's hoping that it is them. The whistle's sounded, and we are underway between Indonesia and Cambodia. Indonesia in the red, Cambodia in the blue. Can't count Cambodia out. They were down 2-0 without a shot to their name at halftime of their last match, and then pulled off 3 second-half goals to force extra time. Clock. Pradana. Vermansia, such a dangerous player. Zolnando. Pradana, who loves a late midfield run. Utomo. Pradana. Ezra Walian! And it's an opening goal for Indonesia! Inside a minute, Indonesia's tactic picks them open. Hong Feng drifting forward alongside Nobtola and Suivisal. Ezra Walian finds and capitalizes on the space. And the back line of Cambodia that struggled against Singapore has struggled again here, and there's another goal that's gone in. It's Utsit, but he might have been offside. He was behind the goalkeeper. This very well could be offside because the goalkeeper is out there. But no, they've given the goal. I believe they have given the goal. We've got to look at this again. He is definitely onside. And Indonesia says, enough of this fairy tale story of Cambodia in the semi-final. This is Indonesia's tournament to lose, and they are grabbing the bull by the horns against the Angkor Warriors, who for a second consecutive match find themselves down 2-0 in the first half. Suyati. It's lofted ball looking for Prokmaniudom. Now it's on to Haryadi. Haryadi. Ezra Walian. Ezra Walian! Indonesia had struggled to score in this tournament in the knockout stages until now. This is the worst case scenario for Cambodia and the Cambodia stands that have ridden this magical team to the semi-finals. They are meeting a harsh dose of reality against Ezra Walian's Indonesia. A team that in this worst World Cup has seized the opportunity to prove that their national team is making strides. Bintieri, the tackle is clean. Keo Sok Poing. Prokmaniudom, Vermansian, he's in, he's got Walian, and Walian's got a fourth. This is Brazil-Germany levels of disaster. Ezra Walian has a hat-trick, doesn't he always? And after nearly losing to Fiji, nearly succumbing to Seychelles, Indonesia's ridiculous offense has returned. And they look destined to play Djibouti for the title. Cambodia look like they are a tired team that survived the last match. Walian, Dimas, Vermansia's been fouled. He was shoved down by a beleaguered Xingming on the back post. And it is very impressive what Indonesia is doing right here in a semi-final. Vermansia scores it with ease. And there are looks of disbelief on the Cambodian side. Indonesia, after drawing Gibraltar in their opening match, have set about proving they are the best team here. And the stunning win from Cambodia over Singapore has not facilitated a particularly memorable semi-final. The belief for Cambodia was there, but the quality has finally hit a wall, and there was a real feeling that Indonesia would determine how this game would go. If they played the way they played against Fiji, we could have a very tight match. But that's not the way they are playing. Nubtola Hong Feng is going to have to hit this long, and he does well to pick out Sok Feng. Chon Vantanaka. Now Bin Thierry. Chon Vantanaka. That was a good ball, but no hopeful run had been made by Sok Feng or Prakmaniudom. And now Xingming up towards Pradana. Dimas, the captain. Oh, brilliant ball to Ezra Walian, who will walk this one in. I know Indonesia were the favourites. I don't know if anyone would have had it down like this. It's a nightmare in the semi-final for Cambodia. It's Ezra Walian all day and every day. The Golden Boot is so well secured. It's an all-time World Cup performance at any level from Ezra Walian. And Cambodia undone 6-0 by Indonesia. And now the match falls into a shocked malaise, not unlike Germany and Brazil in the second half, as Indonesia have really gone after Cambodia in that first half. And the question will now be asked, can Djibouti actually hang on against this Indonesian side that did struggle against Fiji? And Indonesia scored a 96th minute winner in their quarter-final match, but in the semi-final, they've taken Cambodia for all they're worth. And Sean Vantanaka, understandably frustrated, has picked up his second yellow, and he'll be shown the shops. It was a great tournament for Sean Vantanaka, but this impressive Cambodian side has been seen away in truly remarkable fashion by Indonesia. An Indonesian side that has now won 3 matches by at least 5-0. The other matches have been quite tight. And of course, the draw against Gibraltar is still the albatross on their schedule. But Cambodia looked obliterated from the opening whistle. They were tired after their incredible ordeal against Singapore in the quarterfinals, and it showed. A tentative applause for Cambodia. They inspired the nation, and they finally gave them something to be proud about on the field. But Indonesia was way too good on the day, and Ezra Walian is way too good in this tournament. You know who he looks like? The forward for Djibouti when you look at the actual statistics, and our final is now set. We're not going to watch third place game. We'll let it happen, but we're not going to watch it. We'll just watch Djibouti, Indonesia. Oh, we never really watched third place game. All about watching the teams that can win, you know. Ezra Walian's getting a medal. Dude has 16 goals. We're in a freaking World Cup format. Okay, he has 16 goals. Vermangia has 6 assists. These guys are insane. Right, Andik Firmansyah and Ezra Walian. How is Indonesia ranked so low internationally? Like, it's ridiculous, dude. They were the favorite in this tournament, but the fact that they even qualified for this tournament is just insane. Andik Firmansyah and Ezra Walian carrying Indonesia right on through to the final, and now they haven't allowed a goal. Mohamed Rito has 6 clean sheets because their draw with Gibraltar was 0-0. Their draw with Gibraltar is 0-0. Why the third place playoff is actually after the match? So let's go ahead and get ready, chat. You gotta get ready. Pulling up some very important stuff over here. Get your wagers in. Who wins the best, worst World Cup? Djibouti or Indonesia? That is the final. We're ready. Packed stadium. I mean, this is the worst World Cup. This is where we should be playing. So the predictions are as follows. 78% on Indonesia. 2.4 million points on Indonesia. Carlitos with 250,000. Kriap with 160,000. Nearly 700,000 channel points on Djibouti. 137 wagers on Indonesia. 73 on Djibouti right now. I ask you now to please rise. Remove your caps. As I enter my volume mixer settings to turn down FM a little bit so that we can turn up these absolute bangers. For the national anthem of... yeah. Please rise and remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem of Djibouti. There's no way that's it, chat. We're going to have to find another one. There's no way I'm listening to that. There's definitely a better orchestra version of this. There's no way. Absolutely no way. There we go. I found, okay. That was like a sultry version of it. We want like the nice, you know... right? I've got it. Ladies and gentlemen and envies, please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem of Djibouti. Djibouti Sharks! Oh, that's what I'm talking about! Djibouti! Now, please remain standing for the national anthem of Indonesia. Length of the Djibouti one. But, you know, that's the way it goes sometimes. Some teams have longer anthems. You know, some countries got to have longer anthems than other ones. We're inside the anthems. Indonesia and Djibouti for the worst World Cup title. The Land Sharks, the Booty Sharks against the Red and Whites of Indonesia, the Kings. Will the Kings be crowned? Or will it be the David that beats Goliath in the final? We find out now. Clive Livingsworth bringing you the action. Clive, Djibouti, they have stunned and amazed. They're the only team that's won every contest they have played at this tournament. Indonesia's draw against Gibraltar feels like a lifetime ago. It's been followed by 5 of the most impressive wins at this tournament that you could imagine, and an all-time performance from Ezra Walian. Djibouti and Indonesia, they've heard their anthems. This is the moment for their nations to lift a major footballing trophy. Here we go, Indonesia and Djibouti for the worst World Cup title. It's Ezra Walian! Oh, he's missed it. Oh, my word. A shot across the bow to innocent Anguilla for Djibouti. Just a bit of a nervy moment for Djibouti at this stage. For Mansia. Oh, and it's saved! But Pradana's there for Indonesia! And Pradana scores the rebound from Anguilla, and Indonesia have the lead. Vamansia assisting it up to Haryadi, and Pradana scores. Africa against Asia, and Indonesia have fumbled the ball in. They really have just found their form, and they're applying that pressure. They've looked in all but really 3 matches in this tournament a whole cut above. That's not the best ball. Yabe's got to it. Hassan. Farada. Bartio. Up towards Mahabe, who really is quite the striker for Djibouti. But he's no Ezra Walian. That's a bad header there, but Bartio forced to play it. Really didn't need to. Yama's got it back for Indonesia, who are in the final and up a goal. Farade. Famansia leads an assist. Pradana, it's over. It's a 35-yard effort from Pradana that had Boni Anguilla leaping around. They've already scored off one corner. Vamansia with another. It's right where it needs to be. Wazama clears. Clock sizing a chance. He shoots! And he was not far away. That danced on the top of the bar for Clock. Djibouti have to settle themselves. They've kept the ball well, but Indonesia's been pumping chances towards the goal. Djibouti have settled this game down at 1-0. Indonesia, it was a bit of a scramble. The nerves were high. But Anguilla, as they do, rolling it out, trying to draw Indonesia forward. They're comfortable in possession. They have been this whole tournament, Djibouti. They've introduced their style of playing out of the back to the world, really. Batio. This is well done, Hassan. Mohamed. Elabe, who's capable of that magic moment. Migame. That's a wonderful ball to Abdullahi. Now for Djibouti. The Sharks now. Abdullahi. Utomo has cleared it. Mohamed. Elabe shoots. Oh, he's done it again! Elabe with the goal for Djibouti! Give him half a chance and Douale Elabe will strike! It's the first goal that Indonesia has conceded at the entire tournament, and it's Douale Elabe again. Indonesia opened with so much confidence and a massive XG dump at the start. And then Djibouti slowed it down, passed their way into it, and Douale Elabe scored the goal. Djibouti and Indonesia, the giants of this sport in this tournament. Indonesia are on the ropes now. Djibouti have answered the call and leveled the match. And we're in the final half an hour of the 1-1 final between Djibouti and Indonesia. Douale Elabe with the moment. Now it's for Manja. This could be the set piece. Dimas over for Indonesia. Dimas in the captain's armband at the moment as we enter the final 20 minutes. Both these teams have scored 90th minute plus winners in knockout matches. Will one of them have to do it again? Farada for Djibouti. What a final we're treated to. Such a talented team in Indonesia. In the surprise package, Djibouti showing they are worthy. The angled ball has Migame. It's a lovely delivery. Mahabe's in the middle. Wazama looking for him. Utoma away. Where's Elabe? Batio turned it over. Shabandi. Nervous moments. Abdullahi. Mahabe. Utomo throwing it around. Elabe going for it. Oh. Douale Elabe stops hearts when he goes for a shot now. As we're into the final 10 minutes. And it's 1-1. Yama pursuing. That was a bit disjointed from Indonesia, who are here on merit. This is the worst World Cup. They've put together such a great team for this tournament. And it's this man. It's Ezra Walian! Goal Indonesia! It's Ezra Walian! Of course it is! It just had to be! It is poetic justice, and it's a brilliant finish. And Djibouti have 10 minutes to save themselves. But it's Indonesia's tournament. It's Indonesia's light, and it's Indonesia's moment. For Mancia, this set piece could end it. Migame heads it away. Djibouti needs something. They need anything. Indonesia, they've come so far. They conceded for the first time in this tournament, but Ezra Walian was too much. Lillipali, clock, has a shot. And it would have been a goal if it had gone on target, but Djibouti surely now are cooked. They have to score on this play. Bonihon Kuye. Migame was fouled by Putugere. This is a set piece and the numbers are going up for Djibouti. They've got everybody up in the box except the goalkeeper. Hassan floats one, and it's too far. Mohamed has it. Ezra Walian of Indonesia has won the worst World Cup for Indonesia. This is their moment. The moment they so richly deserve. Indonesia are the winners of the worst World Cup in a final that will be remembered 2-1 over Djibouti, the African side that did everything but win this tournament. The moment for Ezra Walian, who wins the Golden Boot, surely the best player of this tournament with his 17 goals for Indonesia. The trophy lift for him. For Vermansia, who leads this tournament in assists, and for a nation of 264 million people that have longed for footballing glory, they now have it. Indonesia are your worst World Cup champions by the final score of 2-1. Oh. Chat, a special tournament. A special time, a special tournament. A memorable run, memorable teams. And really, really fantastic. Let's go ahead and button it up. The third place game was actually after the title game. Bangladesh got third. I need to browse here. There we go. Bangladesh actually got third there. Walian breaks the goal scoring record. Third place playoff. Bangladesh wins it 2-1. It was Ghosh and then Mohamed Ibrahim or Shan Palin scored into the middle, but Bangladesh had a wonderful tournament to grab third. Indonesia are the worst World Cup champions over Djibouti, 2-1. Huge shout out to, Anguilla with the amazing run. British Virgin Islands, 30,000 people. They made the knockouts. Cook Islands with that incredible win. Cambodia and Singapore for providing us with the best match of the tournament. Ezra Walian with 17 goals wins the Golden Boot. A player for Persib Bandung in the Indonesian League. A real baller. 20 caps, 22 goals after this tournament for Ezra Walian, who had 5 goals for Indonesia before this tournament began. He is definitely the player of the tournament. Second highest rating was Song Ui-yong, the Singapore striker who dropped a hat trick in the quarterfinal defeat to Cambodia. Then most assists, Andik Vermansia, with a special mention to Liam Walker of Gibraltar, who only played 3 games and ended up on that list. Mohamed Arito won goalkeeper of the tournament, but I might maybe try to give it to somebody else there because he did have such an amazing defense in front of him. One of these other guys that had the 3 shutouts, maybe. How about your Suyati was great. Bonin Hankuye with his penalty shootout save that kept Djibouti alive. I mean, seriously, in the round of 16, Djibouti was in a penalty shootout, and Bonin Hankuye needed to make a save or they were out, and he made the save. Right? Made a great save. Maboud was definitely good. Alam was good on Fiji, but he gave up a tough goal at the end. Somalia's goalkeeper, Awez Ali, was also good. What a tournament. That was a ton of fun, and I'm glad you guys were along for the ride. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We're going to make a YouTube video out of it for the people that couldn't be here live or didn't know it was happening. But thank you guys for making this special. It is so fun to do this with so many people around and be able to engage in these fun ideas. Thank you to everybody that subscribes to allow us to be able to hire people to build databases like this and then do stuff like this that's entertaining. So glad you enjoyed that. Do we have goals of the tournament? I don't know. Maybe with like the news. I don't know if they if he was able to put that in the database or not. Probably not. It would have been fun, but there were some amazing goals in this tournament, and they'll definitely be in the YouTube video that hopefully you'll check out. Right, but thank you guys. You guys are fantastic. I'm going to put on our... All right. But seriously, thank you guys. I hope you had a great time in the stream. I'll see you on YouTube. Came out with a video this morning. Top Wonder Kids and Football Manager this year, which is also a video that we filmed on stream. So hopefully you guys are able to check that out as well. Player of the tournament, 4th goalkeeper ability, joint 2nd, Bogo Djibouti in the American Samoa defense. 1st was Timor Werner. Love the vote. Thank you. The American Samoa defense. Never forget. American Samoa gave up. Fricking. I'm going to save it right now. I'm going to save it as worst World Cup done. The American Samoa gave up 26 goals in 3 games. Hashtag never forget. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the return of the Peacocks. It's going to be great. 11 a.m. New York time, 4 p.m. or 16 London time. Have a great rest of your day. Oh, shoot. I want to raid somebody. Stay. Hold! If my computer cooperates enough for me to be able to raid somebody here. Probably not, honestly. All right, we're just going. We're just leaving. We're just leaving. No need to hold. No hodling. No, we're good. Go. Go home to your families. Go have a meal on me, See you tomorrow.